Good morning. I'm at-large council member Anita Bonds, chairperson of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. The time is 9:04 a.m. on Friday, March 5th, 2021. We are meeting virtually via Zoom to convene the committee's second public oversight hearing of 2021. We will be hearing today from the Office of the Tenant Advocate, the Financial Literacy Council, the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, and the public regarding the District of Columbia Housing Authority. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the performance of the agencies for FY20 and FY21 year to date. I am asking that you keep your remarks today to 3 minutes or less for individuals and 5 minutes for organizations, with 3 minutes for additional witnesses of a particular organization to give courtesy to those who will be delivering testimony after you. I would like to note that your entire written testimony will be a part of the record and can be sent to housing@dccouncil.us. As you know, we're fast approaching the 1-year mark of the declaration of the public health emergency in our city. The agencies before us today have faced significant and unique changes and challenges due to the public health crises, both in the terms of their own operations and in meeting the needs of our residents. However, we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel. Despite several upsets, and more residents are being vaccinated. And with the advent of the one-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the city is organizing 3 massive vaccination locations to begin in coming days. And beginning Monday, the 8th of March, residents may make appointments for receiving the vaccine. And of course, further information is available at www.vaccinate.dc.gov, and of course is broadcast frequently on our own channel 16. We are here to begin planning for the coming year by reviewing our agency's performances. As we exit the public health emergencies, these agencies before us today will all play a critical role in our recovery and return to some sense of normalcy. In particular, the Office of the Tenant Advocate has played an active role in the mayor's rental housing strike force, in which I also serve along with colleagues, council members Silverman and Pinto. The strike force will make recommendations this month to Mayor Bowser on our city's rental housing plan. The Office of Tenant Advocate will have an important role to play, starting with the completion of the Rental Housing Clearinghouse, a comprehensive database that will serve as a working tool to provide us with vital information about the health of our affordable housing stock in real time. If we're going to achieve the mayor's objective of creating 12,000 new affordable housing units in the next 3 years, the database will form the foundation of our efforts. I look forward to hearing from the agency today about the progress that has been made with this vital function, as well as hearing their opinions on a number of issues that are being of great concern within the public domain. At this time, I would like to recognize any members of the committee. Council members, have I been joined yet?
No, council member.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So that the public knows, I can only see 4 blocks in front of me at the time. So I depend on my very capable staff to inform me. So at this time, I will begin today's hearing with the Office of the Tenant Advocate and with the Chief Advocate, Johanna Shreves. Ms. Shreves, is Ms. Shreves here?
Councilmember, we're going to proceed with the public witnesses. There are some public witnesses that have signed up to
Oh,
testify.
we do have public witnesses now. Okay, all
Yeah.
right.
We have some public witnesses. So if we want to elevate our first panel of public witnesses, I think we can probably call them all onto the first panel, council member. Emilia Tallarico of No Justice, No Pride. Tamika Spellman, Policy and Advocacy Director, HIPS. Dean Hunter, Public Witness, and also Small Multifamily Owners Association. Rich Bianco, Small Multifamily Owners Association. Carissa Spann, President of the DC Housing Provider Association. Rihanna Campbell, DC President, National Association of Residential Property Managers. Brian Lederer, Public Witness, and David Marlin, Public Witness. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes. Representatives of organizations will be given 5 minutes. The timer will appear on my screen. And with that, I think, Sam, we can proceed.
And I will note, Ram, that we had a few drop off. So I think three witnesses will not be testifying under OTA now. And it looks like the first two are not here currently. So we can begin with Mr. Dean Hunter. When you are ready, Mr.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee, staff. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dean Hunter. I'm the CEO of the Small Multifamily Owners Association. SMOA is a new trade group representing the interests of small apartment building and other small rental housing providers in the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to testify at the oversight hearing for the Office of the Tenant Advocate and the District of Columbia Housing Authority. We welcome the new members of the committee and look forward to the balance and leadership that they bring to the committee. When discussing rental housing and the District of Columbia rental housing policy, it is of paramount importance to establish that the majority of rental housing is provided by small landlords. I'll spare you with the stats that you're very familiar with. 40% of rental housing is provided by small landlords who rent out their condos or homes. We have about 75,000 units subject to rent control out of 125,000 units, and 2/3 of those are small apartment buildings, 20 units or less. So the overwhelming majority of rental housing in DC is provided by small landlords. The problem is, while the majority of rental housing in DC is provided by small landlords, the district regulates the housing industry as if all providers are large national corporations and real estate investment trusts. This is a very serious problem in the district, at the council, at this committee, and in the Office of the Tenant Advocate. The district government has created a legal, regulatory, and policy environment that is hostile to small rental property owners. The Office of the Tenant Advocate has significantly contributed to this adverse environment. However, we really can't blame OTA for being overzealous and out of control. That's their mission. Their mission is to advance the interests of tenants regardless of the interests of providers. And that's what they do. We can't hold them accountable, but we can hold our elected officials accountable. And we will, for allowing OTA to dictate housing policy without regard to the interests of housing providers. This year, SMOA will issue ratings of grades A through F for all district agencies and elected officials as it relates to their impact and their performance on small housing providers. We'll issue a grade for each member of the committee and each member of the council. With that said, we issue a grade of F for the performance of the Office of the Tenant Advocate for the fiscal year. The grade is based on several factors. First, the role of OTA in the development of the overly broad and excessive eviction moratorium that is killing small landlords more than the actual pandemic is doing so. Second is the role of OTA in writing and pushing through sweeping changes in the district's eviction, record sealing, and tenant screening laws on an emergency basis in the middle of a pandemic without input or regard for housing providers. Third is the role of OTA in pushing and advancing the radical rent control bill that so many wasted so much time and money on fighting against in the middle of this devastating pandemic. With that said, we do have some specific recommendations. First, we think the annual tenant summit is a tremendous waste of dollars. We request that the committee redirect any funds that were not spent this year on the summit to emergency rental assistance. We request that any future funding be eliminated. We request that these funds be used to establish a housing provider ombudsman office to advocate for and provide information services to housing providers and property managers. Secondly, we recommend that the rental housing database project be moved from OTA to DHCD. OTA has been working on this project for 5 years now. It's entirely too long. We're promulgating new rent stabilization laws annually without the proper data to analyze their impact. Finally, we think OTA would be far more effective if it was under the purview of the mayor. Allowing OTA to operate unchecked has helped the district become one of the most anti-landlord jurisdictions in the country. Having OTA function as a part of the executive would provide it with additional resources and support. It would allow the executive to better develop and implement policies with regard to their impact on both providers and tenants. I'll speak quickly to DHCA while I'm here, and we will not come back this afternoon. We give DCHA a grade of C-. We request that the committee hold additional oversight hearings on the agency. Specifically, we'd like to examine the Section 8 program. We have grave concerns regarding the operation of the voucher program. DCHA has a major problem with customer service. The communication between small housing providers and agency staff is very unprofessional and unhelpful. It reminds me of the service of district agencies provided back in the 90s, the early 90s, certainly not the level of service that is expected of the Bowser administration today. Finally, I'll conclude my time by requesting a meeting with each member of the committee as soon as possible to discuss the badly needed relief of small housing providers need immediately to survive this pandemic. Those are an exemption to the eviction moratorium for safety reasons, a legislative fix to the rent stabilization law, the ability to raise rent on vacant units, and last but not least, direct rental assistance to providers, which we are encouraged is going to come, or at least close to it, with the work on the strike force and the eviction diversion program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hunter. Our next witness.
It looks like Mr. Brian Lederer is not here at the moment, so we will move to Mr. David Marlin.
All right. Mr. Marlin, we can begin when you're ready.
He's here as a panelist. He may have stepped away.
Okay, now?
Yes, we can begin when you're ready.
Very good. Good morning, Chairwoman.
Good morning.
Bond. Good to see you again. I've testified before this committee, and I'm here representing the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. So I'll take my 5 minutes. I've been a resident of District of Columbia for 60 years, now living in Ward 1. And as I said, I'm testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 in support of the important and singular public service performed by the Office of Tenant Advocate. I had the privilege of serving as a member of the first Rental Housing Commission from 1981 to 85 as an appointee of Mayor Marion Barry. We adjudicated the first landlord-tenant disputes in rent control at the appellate level to establish the program's policies, and we adopted regulations for this progressive legislation designed to maintain affordable housing in the city. The district government did not provide education, advocacy, or legal advice to tenants back then, despite the evident need. So the creation of the Office of Tenant Advocate by the City Council and Mayor Anthony Williams in 2005 was a significant event. About 3 years ago, I joined the ranks of the Committee of 100 for the Federal City, which has enabled me to assess the progress of our rent stabilization program and the effectiveness of the Office of Tenant Advocacy. I've been hugely impressed by OTA's service to our thousands of tenants, to the interests of housing providers, and to the district government, both the City Council and our mayoralty administrations. I know this committee and its able chairwoman are familiar with OTA's mission and purposes and its numerous accomplishments, but I would like to emphasize how OTA has ably performed during this extraordinary pandemic-induced period in our city's life. Let me mention 3 informational sessions as examples of OTA's outreach to the community. On March 23rd, 2020, just as the pandemic was recognized, in both English and Spanish, when its office had closed because of the pandemic, OTA gave instructions on, on how to access its staff on the internet or by telephone, with special emphasis on its emergency housing outreach and its educational services. On April 9th, 2020, OTA provided critical information on the recently enacted freeze on rent increases, changes to the district's notice to vacate and eviction rules, protection against utility cutoffs, and mortgage relief. On February 4th, 2021, OTA held a roundtable discussion on new legislative prohibitions for evictions. Of course, it has daily provided information to its clientele, which includes tenants, landlords, district officials, district courts, and the general public. In my knowledge, this office is unique in the United States and brings credit to us for our wisdom in creating it, and to its staff headed by Johanna Shreve. Last May, I testified before this committee to urge the restoration of budget cuts so that OTA's 2015 legislative mandate of creating a database could proceed. OTA is the ideal organization to conduct this survey, which will make available to city agencies, lawmakers, and the general public for the first time full information about rent stabilized housing in the district where approximately 80,000 district residents live. The law requires, for example, a description of rental buildings and each unit within, base rents and included services, any vacancies, full identification of housing providers and their licenses, any housing code violations outstanding, and the computation of the landlord's rate of return. Additionally, landlord petitions, tenant grievances that have surfaced, and resultant court and administrative actions will be readily available from the beginning to the present. I was gratified that funding was restored to enable OTA to continue assembling the data, and equally pleased by my understanding that the database will be completed within the required time frame of the end of this calendar year. I totally reject the idea of transferring it, the work of the database from the Office of Tenant Advocate. So thank you for the opportunity to endorse the work of this very fine Office of Tenant Advocate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marlin. Our next witness is?
Our next witness and final witness is Anthony Graham of the District of Columbia Association of Realtors.
Okay, Mr. Graham, we'll start when you're ready.
Mr. Graham, we're ready for you to begin. Start the clock.
Mr. Graham, we're getting a real echo. I guess what I'll ask, if anyone is on with us and if they would mute. You improve the quality of the transmission?
Yeah, Mr. Graham, your microphone, we're not picking you up, and I don't know what to suggest. We could call you on a number if. No, we're not able to decipher. The sound is not coming through clearly.
Can we call Mr. Graham?
Mr. Graham, could you enter
Hello,
a phone
yes,
number?
can you hear me? Is this
Yes,
working better?
Oh,
Yeah.
much better.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. So sorry about that. How are you guys doing? My name is Anthony Graham, and Chair Bonds, committee members, and staff, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of the district and representing the DC Association of Realtors and our 3,000 members. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly damaged our communities and economy. Many in our beloved District of Columbia are struggling with deep financial and personal loss. DCAR understands your awareness of how the rental housing community has been among the hardest hit. We recognize the city has taken steps to address the hardships, including the mayor's rental housing strike force. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, Silverman, and Pinto for contributing towards solutions. Today, we are focusing on the Office of Tenant Advocacy mission to advocate for the rights and interests of district renters. We've heard accounts from our members who represent tenants that they agonize over whether the pandemic will force them into losing secure housing. On the other side, DC's small housing providers are grappled with anxiety. For example, one of our members, a longtime Washingtonian, reached out with profound concerns about losing the duplex that had been in her family for decades. She's not a professional landlord by any means, like most who work with 4 units or less. Unfortunately, if she is forced to sell, her longtime tenants will suffer as well, similar to many other smaller housing situations. DCAR understands that the city, including the council, have taken measures to protect vulnerable tenants during the pandemic, like the eviction moratorium. To be clear, we fully appreciate the moratorium keeping families housed to reduce community spread, as well as protecting those who have lost their livelihood due to COVID-19. However, achieving this goal has now brought about a very negative consequence. There are, unfortunately, a limited number of unlawful tenants who are posing a health and safety threat to their fellow residents. At DCAR, we learn of violent incidents from our members who own or manage small properties. Altercations where we've heard of a dangerous tenant pouring bleach on a resident, for example. Sadly, incidents of bodily harm are not few and far between, and regrettably, there is no remedy. Tenants and housing providers living in unsafe housing communities left without recourse, we don't believe is the intent. We are asking the committee to move forward on an amendment for a very specific health and safety exception to the eviction moratorium. We thank the committee members who've begun working on this, including the leadership of Chairperson Bonds. Furthermore, in uncertain situations like these, tenants must feel that they can turn to OTA to support evictions related to health and safety risks. We can definitively say that OTA and the council, especially the housing committee, do an excellent job at protecting tenants in this district. Unfortunately, the resources to help small housing providers comply with new sets of rules and regulations are very limited. It's crucial that this is addressed. When housing providers have access to resources, it translates into higher quality service for tenants. We believe more can be done to assist housing providers, such as additional ombudsman services and/or community outreach. We welcome hearing from government officials on ways our members can better serve the community and are happy to collaborate on these efforts to reach all housing providers, including longtime Washingtonians who only have 1 or 2 properties. We cannot stress enough, DCAR greatly appreciates you, Chair Bonds, and the Housing Committee for your continued leadership and for allowing us the opportunity to speak. The DC Association of Realtors is always willing to partner on housing issues affecting our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham, for your testimony. Thank you to the entire group of panelists this morning. I just have a very few questions. Mr. Marlin, I think it's appropriate to start with you, given your history, particularly as a member of the Rental Housing Commission. I think you said from 1981 to 85. Do I have the years correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And you said the intent then was to be a voice for tenants indirectly and for the landlords indirectly. Can you tell me a little bit about, give us some background on the intent of the original legislation, particularly as it dealt with rent stabilization and what we currently have in the way of rent control?
Well, it was quite a struggle back in the 70s when Marion Barry was the mayor to advance the interests of district renters. You remember that well because you were involved
Yes.
as well. And I was the deputy director of neighborhood legal services at that time. And we had a lot of landlord tenant cases. In fact, it was during that time that I was brought on to create a law reform unit to look at systemic problems in landlord tenant relations. And a lot of some far-reaching court decisions came that have not only affected the district scene, but have nationally. But there was a recognition that the rents were, tenants were struggling with high rents, and so the council at that time, Hilda Mason was one of the leaders in enacting the program to put a floor on the rental structure, and it succeeded. I think it's been a very stabilizing, had a very stabilizing effect in this city. There are at least 45,000 persons covered under rent control now, and it's proven to be a highly worthwhile activity. I thought that last year's marathon hearings that you conducted, unfortunately, didn't result in any real progress. There were some, the Reclaim Rent Control Coalition, which produced dozens and dozens of witnesses before your committee, had some of their ideas, I thought, were a little bit exaggerated, but they also had some very sensible ideas that never reached a satisfactory conclusion. I would be glad if you requested to submit to you and to the committee my version of what should have been enacted and improvements in the rent control law that shouldn't offend anybody and should be accepted by the housing community, the housing provider community, as well as tenants. I think that some of the thoughts that were made about preventing rent increases above the cost of living really went too far, and were rejected by the Bowser administration, which the only thing that really resulted from last year's hearings was the moratorium on the voluntary agreements. And I trust that your committee is going to be doing something impactful about voluntary agreements. I know you've been working on it for a long time, but it probably needs a real resolution. Maybe the elimination of voluntary agreements is a good idea, unless it can be the way that provision in the statute operates can be acceptable. I'm also concerned about I'm trying to think of the name for the other moratoria that you imposed affecting. Can you help me on this?
Definitely. You're speaking of the certificate of assurance,
Exactly.
which
Exactly.
I think began its life maybe in 1987, I believe, when I think it was a idea that included Carol.
I think it was Carol
Councilmember
Schwartz's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was her idea, and it was a bad idea, and it's now preventing the expansion of rent control and the rent stabilization program to other units. And I think it should be repealed. And I submitted testimony to your committee about certificates of assurance. And it's a major stumbling block in improvement for renters in the city, for renters and for landlords. So you have a lot of work in the committee to accomplish.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Marlin. And I would be very interested in getting your ideas of your, total evaluation of those pieces of legislation and just generally a review of the rent control laws. So I look forward to getting that in writing. Thank you very much. Mr. Graham, can I just ask you, you indicated that that DCAR represents all of the, I guess, the properties, the rental properties in the city. Am I correct when you mentioned your 3,000 members?
They represent realtors.
Mr. Graham, are you still with us or? Okay, I'll come back to Mr. Graham. Mr. Hunt.
We have been joined by our one final public witness who was on the list to testify, Brian Lederer.
Well, okay, well, can I just finish with Mr. Hunter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hunter, you indicated a couple of things that I wanted to ask about. Can you state for the record your absolute opinion of the eviction moratorium as it relates to, you mentioned there was some need for a carve out. Can you put on the record what you're speaking of?
Yes, council member, thank you very much. There were two things we made reference to. One, of course, is the public health and safety exemption, the emergency exemption. You've been working on that. You've received testimony from landlords as well as tenants asking for some relief as it relates to an emergency exemption, which they do in Maryland. And as you know, they allow evictions in Virginia. But the other exemption, the other carve out quickly, relates to rent control and rent concessions. The reality of the matter is that properties who are subject to rent control don't have the freedom to just, as you know, lower and raise their rent at will. The rent stabilization law specifically provide when they can do it and how much they can do it. And the problem that we have right now is that, as you saw our survey, we saw vacancy rates of 15%, 20% in many small properties. And they can't compete against the larger modern properties as it relates to lowering their price. One of the reasons the vacancies aren't as high in the larger properties now, because they have the flexibility to lower and raise their rent that these small providers do not. If they lower their rent, they'll be stuck at that new price, that new rent, and they will not be able to regain the previous rent that they had prior to the pandemic for many years. This would be a terrible disaster, as it already these small providers are hurting. The second thing, and I must speak to it, is the ability to raise the rent on a vacant unit. This makes no sense to prohibit raising the rent on a vacant unit. It's a vacant unit. If somebody wants to pay that rent, they should be able to. It really is harming landlords because, again, high vacancies, high delinquencies, inability to decrease the rent. You got one unit that someone's lived in for 10 years. Now they moved out. You want to raise the rent. Somebody wants to get it. You can't raise the rent. So those are the carve outs: public health and safety, the rent concession, the ability to up and lower the rent, and then again, the freedom to raise the rent on vacant units. Those are the things that are really critical.
All right, so if I'm hearing you correctly, one of the biggest issues that you're facing now is the inability to raise the rent on vacant units.
That's one. And
Okay,
the other is lower the rent on units that we can lower the units on. Yes.
Okay. Well, the whole rent control jargon is related to every unit that was in existence in 1975 and earlier, whether you were small or large or medium size. And so, the rules are across the board. I hear what you're saying, and particularly given this health emergency, the fact that we are now going into, well, I think we're already into past 12 months of this. We're trying to look at the eviction law, trying to look at it with an understanding that no one expected it to last forever. And no one expected it to go on as many months that it has gone on. And so I believe through the strike force, there is some earnest effort to look at the types of carve outs we may need. But I think when we talk about the vacancy issue, I'm not getting the impression that we're there yet on that. So we'll need more information from you and perhaps even from Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, may I ask if that is an issue for DCAR as well?
Yes, ma'am. With regard to the vacancy?
Yes.
Issues? Yes, ma'am. We echo the same thing as Dean, that it is an issue specifically, in addition to the health and safety.
So are you, is your organization under the impression at this time that if a vacancy occurred because an individual had been in the property, previous tenant was in the property less than 10 years, that you can raise the rent to fill it by 10%? You understand that, right?
Correct.
Can't during the moratorium.
Okay.
But I mean, the issue is that right, with what, just like Dean said, you can't do that in the moratorium. I think the issue obviously is that
I see.
The issue for us more so is that we're raising the rent so that way the small housing providers can make the adjustments to the property that they need to make to bring it up to code and things of that nature. There are other encumbrances that are happening as a result of in addition to the eviction moratorium not being able to raise the rents up.
Okay.
So both of them coupled together are encumbering small housing providers greatly.
I understand. The eviction moratorium, the stay of all activities really covers everything that we are doing currently with the goal, of course, being to keep people housed during the pandemic. So I
Yes, ma'am.
thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ram, you said we have an additional witness?
Yes, council member, Brian Lederer has
All righty.
showed up, and let's see if he'll be testifying by phone. So
I'm sorry, what? Hello?
Sam, is that working? Sorry, I'm doing two things at once here.
Mr. Letter, if you can unmute yourself on your phone, then you can begin your testimony. I believe you can also press *6 to unmute if you do not see a mute button. Looks like we might not be able to get to Mr. Letter, council member.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We will now
Yep.
turn to the government witness for the Office of the Tenant Advocate. First, I'd like to go through a few points about the mission of the Office of the Tenant Advocate to remind the public of the important role that they play. The Office of the Tenant Advocate is to provide technical advice and other legal services to tenants regarding disputes with landlords, to educate and inform the tenant community about the tenant's rights and rental housing matters, and to advocate for the rights and interests of district renters in the legislative, regulatory, and judicial context, and to provide financial assistance to displaced tenants for certain emergency housing and tenant relocation expenses. Each year, OTA assists thousands of district tenants and others, often serving as a last resort for some of the district's most vulnerable populations. The office has also been tasked with establishing a rent control housing clearinghouse, which is due to be completed by December 31, 2021, as you heard Mr. Marlin reference earlier. This database will include data on all of the district's rent control housing stock and will be a valuable tool in assessing the current state of rent control in the district and potential steps forward. The Office of the Tenant Advocate plays such a critical role in all matters pertaining to rental housing and will be critical as we continue to look at reforms across the board in the areas such as rent stabilization, TOPA, and other affordable housing policies. And so we have been joined this morning by the Chief Tenant Advocate, Johanna Shreve, and I will now ask if Ms. Shreve would come forward so we can swear her in. Oh,
Good morning.
okay, good morning, good morning, welcome. Now, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before the committee today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, you may proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Let me say, joining me this morning will be my legislative director, Joel Cohen, policy associate Carissa Aranda, one of our new staff members. Amir Sadeghi is also with me this morning, and Amir will handle the database update portion of the legislation this morning to assure that we work on our grade so that we move from an F, hopefully, to an A by the end of the conference. Again, thank you, Chairpersons Bond and members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, for the opportunity to provide testimony on the DC Office of the Tenant Advocate's fiscal year 2020 operations and accomplishments. I am Johanna Shreve, Chief Tenant Advocate and Director of the DC Office of the Tenant Advocate. I open my testimony today with a quote from former President Barack Obama's inaugural address on January the 20th of 2009. Because we have tasted the bitter swill of civil war and segregation and emerged from that dark chapter stronger and more united, we cannot help but believe that old hatred shall someday pass, that the lines of tribes shall soon dissolve, and that as the world grows smaller, our common humanity shall reveal itself. I believe it is important to start with a conversation on racial equality because it is important to illuminate the accomplishments of the agency in this regard. Since the inception of the OTA, I have strived to ensure that this agency is reflective of the people it serves. Without hesitation, I can state that to the best of our abilities, we have accomplished this goal. We have hired staff who speak Spanish, Amharic, French, and German. We have hired and inspired participants in the DC Summer Youth Program, and we have helped them to develop skill sets that enhance their educational and employment opportunities. Our summer youth participant joined the agency staff in 2007 and remained with us until 2012. Upon departing, he went to work for a cable company and remains employed there to this day. A second student participant joined the staff in 2019 and remains as an important part of the agency today. Our success in this area, I believe, reflects an organizational culture that is evident in the services we provide to district residents every day, for which I am very grateful. Our organizational structure did not change in FY 2020. Employee tenure averages 5 to 10 years. Last year, we lost our educational coordinator to another government agency. However, we were able to fill the position in-house, furthering my hiring philosophy to promote from within whenever possible. I will now discuss the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the lives of renters, excuse me, in the district and on the work of the agency over this past year. As we all know, job losses have been staggering in the district as they have been across the country. According to the US Census Bureau, DC's hospitality sector alone, which includes lodging, food service, and other establishments, lost 77,800 jobs, a 23.3% decline during the one-year period of October 19 through October 2020. The pandemic also had a disastrous impact on food security for many district residents. In July of 2020, about 63,000 or 12% of all adults in the district reported living in a household where there was not enough food to eat within the last week. For households that had children, this alarming rate was twice as high, over 25%. It is easy to see from these statistics that for far too many renter households, paying the rent was simply not possible. In response to this dire situation, the OTA pushed for emergency tenant protections and rental assistance, informed as many tenants as possible about their COVID-related rights and the availability of rental assistance, and assisted them in securing both. I will now discuss each of the agency's 4 programmatic areas. Policy advocacy. The agency's policy advocacy mission is to represent the interests of tenant and tenant organizations in legislative, executive, and judicial issues, including advocating changes in laws and rules. Thus, our policy branch regularly engages in all three branches of government. At the outset of FY20, the agency established three legislative priorities. First, rent control reforms. Second, improving enforcement of the district's housing and property maintenance codes. And third, residential lease reforms to better protect tenants' reasonable contractual expectations. However, once the pandemic and its devastating impacts were clearly evident, the impacts on tenants led to more immediate priorities. The OTA provided the committee and the mayor's policy office with proposed legislative language for a number of emergency tenant protections, including a moratoria on evictions to protect public health and tenant well-being, a moratorium on rent increases and late fees to protect tenants in financial turmoil from additional liability and uncertainty, a pause on tenant deadlines under the Rental Housing Act of 1985 and TOPA so that tenants can properly effectuate their rights, a pause on notices of intent to vacate so that tenants whose plans to move changed once the pandemic hit were not forced to do so, and a refund on fees for amenities that were eliminated due to the PHE. We appreciate the committee's inclusion of a majority of our suggested tenant protections in its emergency package and their adoption by the full council. We look forward to continued collaboration with the committee as well as the executive and community partners regarding further protections that the community needs. Some of the additional protections that the OTA advocated for but were not included were limitations on landlord entry into rental units during the PHE for non-emergency reasons to protect tenants' health, break lease rights for students who signed leases prior to campus closures that left them with no reason to move to the district. Third, an extension of the eviction moratorium beyond the end of the PHE to allow renters time to get back on their feet financially. And fourth, clarifications to the rental payment plan provisions. By no means did the pandemic bury the ongoing discussion about rent control reform. If anything, the PHE served to underscore the need to strengthen rent stabilization for moderate as well as low-income residents, and to strike a better balance between the program's twin objectives of affordability for renters and reasonable profitability for housing providers. The OTA assisted in the drafting and research for a number of the following rent control bills and testified generally in support of each of them with some suggestions for modification. The Voluntary Agreement Moratorium Amendment Act of 2020. Emergency and temporary legislation placing a moratorium on certificates of assurance. The Rent Concession Amendment Act of 2019. The Rent Stabilization Program Reform and Expansion Amendment Act of 2020. Substantial Rehabilitation Petition Reform Amendment Act of 2020. The Capital Improvement Petition Reform Amendment Act of 2020, and the Hardship Petition Reform Amendment Act of 2020. The OTA is pleased that the council approved the moratoria on voluntary agreements and certificates of assurance. We hope that the remaining rent control proposals discussed will be put back on the table for consideration in the new council period. The OTA also collaborated with community partners and testified in support of Bill 23-149, the Fair Tenant Screening Act of 2019, and Bill 23-338, the Eviction Record Sealing Authority Amendment Act of 2019. These bills would have created more transparency and fairness in the rental application process and in the sealing of eviction records at landlord and tenant court, respectively. In the end, the council approved emergency and temporary legislation that included provisions from both bills. The OTA supports making that legislation permanent and urges further consideration of the stronger protections in bills 23-149 and 23-338. On the regulatory front, In the regulatory area, a top priority was the Rental Housing Commission's proposed rulemaking to revise the implementing regulations for the Rental Housing Act of 1985, something that has not been done in the past 35 years. The OTA submitted formal comments on the first proposed rulemaking in October of 2019 and on a second proposed rulemaking in November of 2021. Previously, at the Commission's invitation, the OTA participated in an interagency review process, which also included the Housing Provider Ombudsman, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the Rent Administrator. The OTA also sits as a voting member on the Property Maintenance Technical Advisory Group, commonly known as TAG. The TAG is one of 20 such groups that advise the Construction Codes Coordinating Board regarding the triennial review of the International Model Construction Code. The Property Maintenance Code is critical to tenant interest because it governs the maintenance of occupied residential buildings. As the board and TAG prepare to begin a new review cycle this year, we look forward to engaging the TAG and the board, as well as DCRA and stakeholders, to help improve the regulations governing building conditions for district renters. Our judicial activity. The policy branch also advises litigating attorneys inside and outside of the agency on matters of statutory and regulatory interpretation, and periodically submits amicus briefs in support of tenant litigation. The agency's 6 top legislative priorities for fiscal year 2021 are extending the public health emergency, tenant protections as warranted, rent control reform, making rent control permanent rather than subject to periodic renewal so that it can become a permanent feature of the district's affordable housing strategy, limiting the standard annual rent increase to the CPI only, right-sizing the 12% guaranteed return rate under the hardship petition, preventing unlawful preservation of rent adjustments, expanding the stock of rent control housing, and permanently eliminating both voluntary agreements and certificates of assurance. Making permanent the fairness in renting emergency and temporary legislation, particularly the eviction provisions, including the additional tenant notices, including the 30-day notice for non-payment of rent cases and notice of housing provider's intent to file an eviction action in court, the prohibition on evictions over relatively small unpaid amounts and where the landlord has no valid business license, and record sealing and tenant screening legislation. Further residential lease reform legislation, including addressing the issue of perpetual joint and several liability for rent and damages even after a co-tenant who has provided timely notice moves out of a group house. Promoting policies, including at the regulatory level through the TAG, that improve enforcement of the district's building conditions regulations, and eliminating the 30-day cap on the OTA's ability to recoup the agency's emergency housing costs under the agency's statutory lien authority. Our legal branch. The legal branch includes case management, the legal representation section, and the tenant hotline section. In FY 2020, over 6,754 tenants and tenant groups contacted the OTA for advice and assistance. Approximately 3,822 tenants received the aid of attorney advisors, while the remaining tenants received the assistance of a paralegal or case management specialist. Attorney advisors provided court representation and negotiated in 25 judicial and administrative proceedings, though court closures due to the pandemic limited those occurrences. And the tenant hotline has 3 components: direct phone contact, and our responses to the Ask the Director, which is on our website, and Ask the Mayor inquiries. The top 5 issues for FY 2020 were lease issues, housing code violations, eviction concerns, security deposits, and TOPA. When the OTA submitted its responses last year to the performance oversight questions, eviction concerns were the 5th most frequent category of case intake inquiries. At the end of FY 2020, eviction concerns had risen to the 3rd most frequent category of OTA case intake, which is a 21% increase, even with the district's various eviction moratoria in place. We attribute this heightened concern to the increase in job loss and tenants' anxiety that they will be unable to ever repay rent arrearages and thus will face evictions once the eviction moratoria is lifted. The charts that we've provided also include information on evictions in the city prior to the cancellations of evictions in March of 2020. And as noted, you will see that there were a number of cancellations by the marshal's office, and that squashed the majority of things that were happening. Before the pandemic, as the pandemic was coming into place, there were over 609 eviction actions that had been litigated that were stopped. And this information, by the way, council member, is also information, as you recall, we've heard discussed in the strike force. And so we've provided the charts that hopefully will give clarity to what's happening in anything that happened after 2018. In FY 2013, OTA began to collect data regarding the financial returns to tenants, including damage awards, rent rollbacks, and settlement agreements. From 2013 to 2019, the OTA secured the return of a total of $21,603,776 to the tenant community. In FY 2020, the OTA returned to the community approximately $1,231,945, and in FY 2021 to date, we have returned $654,091. Under Law 2120, the TOPA Single Family Home Exemption Amendment Act of 2018, effective July the 3rd of 2018, housing providers seeking to sell a single family dwelling had to provide a notice of intent to sell to both the tenants and the Office of the Tenant Advocate. Additionally, the OTA has the statutory duty to receive the notices and inform affected tenants of their rights and availability of legal assistance. We also review each notice and notify the Conversion and Sale Division of the Department of Housing and Community Development if we believe there is a legal sufficiency problem. In FY 2020, we reviewed 1,694 single-family TOPA notices, and we forwarded 14 problematic notices to DHCD for further action. In the area of mold, when COVID-related spending restrictions are lifted, a priority for the legal branch will be to launch our mold litigation program. Mold has become a constant irritant and health hazard for many district residents. Under the program, when a tenant alleges the presence of 10 or more square feet of mold, the OTA would send a licensed mold assessor to the unit and provide the tenant with appropriate legal assistance as the case warrants. A look at our emergency housing program. Through the Emergency Housing Assistance Program, the OTA works alongside government and non-government partners to ensure that families affected by emergencies are given a chance to regain housing stability. In FY 2020, we successfully sheltered a record number of 302 families, expending $601,836. Fires were the cause of 224 families being displaced, and 78 families were displaced by building closures. In FY 2021, we have served 147 families. 103 have been displaced by fires and 44 due to building closures. We've expended $129,707 to date. Our emergency housing goals for 2021 include enhancement of our operational policies and procedures to incorporate lessons learned, and developing a new users-friendly emergency housing brochure. On the educational side, we were kept very busy educating tenants. Unfortunately, due to the COVID restrictions, the OTA had to cancel all in-person meetings, and we were unable to host a stakeholders meeting or our annual summit. Nonetheless, we were able to successfully transition our educational and outreach efforts to an online platform. The OTA has also continued to host virtual monthly Renters' Rights 101 sessions, and the OTA participated in 2020 in 106 outreach events and educated 8,732 district residents on their tenant rights and the services of the OTA, which more than doubled the number of residents who participated in our outreach events in 2019. During 2021, the education branch will continue these activities as well as produce a series of webinars on issues impacting tenants. We've already connected with a variety of nonprofits, have distributed a number of flyers to talk about the tenant rental assistance programs that are available throughout the city. And the charts that we have provided show you a breakdown of where these events were attended. The agency also continues to explore new outreach endeavors and partnerships. In 2018, we have partnered with the Community Partnership to give monthly presentations of Renters' Rights 101 to inform the organization's cohorts about the rights of district tenants. In addition, while the program has been suspended due to COVID-related court closings, the OTA expects to continue its partnership with the DC Superior Court's Court Navigator program into the future. And finally, due to the wave of evictions that is likely to occur during the PHE, after the PHE ends, the OTA is in the process of implementing a two-phase eviction prevention outreach strategy in 2021, targeting the most vulnerable populations through increasing our educational services and implementing a publicity campaign. The program features outreach activities in collaboration with sister agencies as well as our community-based organizations. And now at this time, I defer my presence and ask Amir Sadeghi to join me to provide our update on the database. Amir.
Thank you, Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve. Good morning, Chairperson Bond, and then members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. My name is Amir Sadeghi. I am the supervising attorney at the Office of the Tenant Advocate. As the Council is aware, in the beginning of fiscal year 2018, OTA was assigned the task of designing and developing the rental housing database for the district. At that time, we began the initial design and requirements gathering stages and completed those two stages in April of 2018. We then began collaborating with the Office of Contracting and Procurement, whose job it was to assign a contract to a vendor to complete the development of this project. That contract was awarded in August of 2020. As soon as the contract was awarded, OTA, alongside the rent administrator and other members of DHCD's Rental Accommodations Division, along with representatives of housing provider groups and tenant groups, began working together with the vendor to provide the vendor with guidance on how to create the database, conduct its own requirements gathering, and to familiarize the vendor with the processes and workflows of RAD and all of the filings that would be necessary to complete this project. We have at this point received already two presentations on initial iterations of the database. We expect a third one this upcoming week on on March 11th. And we expect the database to be fully functional this summer, in the summer of 2021. Hopefully, if everything goes according to schedule and testing and revisions are completed by the summer, this summer or fall, the database will be functional and we can begin the re-registration process. Thank you, Chief Tenant Advocate, and thank you again, Chairperson Bond and the council.
Thank you very much for that update on the database. As you know, it continues to be an issue as people want to talk about where are we with rent control. And it is a very vital service. Once we get this database up, I believe that it will be able to answer many questions. It's my understanding that it contains a variety of information from 5 or 6 different sources. Am I correct about that?
Yes, Council Member, Chairperson Bonds. The database is designed in a way that allows different sources to enter different bits of information. Our primary objective is to allow for automatic verification of all data so as to avoid the need for reliance on either housing providers to self-report or to avoid other issues involving unreliable data. So for example, when somebody currently wants to register a property, they have to go and get a clean hands certificate and along with a certificate of occupancy, they have to go to DCRA, obtain a basic business license, then go to RAD and register. What we're hoping to do, if we're able to get the cooperation of agencies such as the OTR and DCRA, is to centralize that data so that the database has access to that data. And when a tenant, when a landlord logs on to our database and wants to register a property, once they enter that address, all of that information is going to be pulled from DCRA and from OTR and automatically verified. And that will then allow for more reliable information for us to be able to provide to the council, to government agencies, and of course to the public.
So when can we expect that the data will actually be loaded into the system?
Sure. There are 2 ways that data can be entered into the system. Obviously, once we have the database up and running, there's going to be that re-registration period where landlords have approximately 4 months to register their properties. And that chunk of data is going to be very significant. There is an additional, and going forward after that, there's going to be a lot of data that the database is going to be gathering on an ongoing basis. Then there's the question of historical data. And the legislation so far has not provided us with specific guidance on how much historical data we are to migrate into the database and what specific historical data. And we're happy to work with the council on that to determine what the council's needs are. And I would say it can be a labor-intensive project if that data has to be entered into the database manually. But we are currently looking for all avenues available to us to be able to pull that data into the database without having to do so manually, so that it's all available now.
I appreciate that response, because one of the goals of the original legislation that I did was focused on having access to much of the data that I understand continues to be in the rent administrator's office, but it is not in any automated format. I'll just use that term. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
and
of course.
As a result, we do not have the history of the properties. And I think having some of that data in the system would be helpful in understanding the erosion of rent control units. That's one of the main concerns that we have. We need to learn, how did this happen? We think we know anecdotally, we have much information gathered in that regard, but to do an analysis and to have data that we can look at in a very specific format would be very helpful. So I hear you. It sounds like when I created this, I created a monster with many tentacles that can go on for centuries to come, so to speak. I know I'm exaggerating, you know that too, but really and truly having the opportunity to have a database such as this would be very helpful. I'm taken with the manner in which it is handled in New York City as an example, where every 2 years they examine even the ledger sheet of every apartment building that has quote unquote stabilization in it and set goals. Now, we're not expecting that, but certainly if we could have as much automation as possible. But I know we have to have a cutoff. I mean, or we'll end up not ever having our database. So I appreciate your comments and joining us today. And thank you, Ms. Treves, very, very much for this man in the street, on the spot report up to date. Thank
Well, we
you.
thought it was important in light of the comments made today that you were given an update and the public was given an update to clearly let them know that the process has been moving and it continues to move. And yes, there were some stumbling moments, but we're on track now. And I feel very confident that we will get the product to you in terms of historical look back. I know that we've had one conversation about looking back 3 years, which ties to the law in terms of how far back someone can go to bring data in. I've talked to Amir about how do we utilize the software packages and systems that are already out there. How do we get those converted into the system? So we're looking at all of these avenues to assure that we have easy access. We certainly appreciate the constructive comments that have come from small housing providers. And Amir will be reaching out to Dean Hunter to have him join with us as a part of the user groups. We don't want to leave any stone unturned. We want to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table. And so we're working on developing those user groups so that when the next, about the fourth reiteration for presentation, we can begin to have those dialogues with the community.
Well, thank you very much. As you can imagine, you have set a pretty ambitious agenda for FY21. And there are just a couple of questions that I have because we could talk the rest of the day. And I know that there are public witnesses waiting to have their say on their particular subject, so I won't belabor it. But I did want to ask you a little bit about, I think it's on page 10 of your testimony when you are indicating making permanent the fairness in renting emergency and temporary legislation, particularly the eviction provisions, including, and then section B is the prohibition on evictions over relatively small unpaid amounts. I really hope that, we could see that happen, that we would prevent evictions over unpaid small amounts. Do you have a numerical number that you're looking at, or an amount that when you say small amounts?
If you remember the presentation that was given to us by the professor from Georgetown University, in which she has done that analysis of eviction activity in 2018 in the city, the answer would be no, we do not have an amount. $600 was what she mentions in her report. So I think we can use her report, if you will, council member, to sort of address this whole issue of relatively small amounts unpaid.
Okay, and then you go on and say where the landlord has no valid business license.
Which is a problem.
guess, it just seems to me, if the landlord has no valid business license, then the action that they would take would be illegal because they.
Well, that's not
Am
necessarily
I-
how the court has ruled
Okay.
in many cases. And it is problematic. I hear from our attorneys a lot where the court sometimes ignores the fact that the business license is not there, and they don't seem to flinch in terms of moving the actions forward. So it's really something that my legal team is going to have to work on with other outside attorneys to address. I mean, we do think it's important that everyone have a valid business license to whether to increase rents, to even charge rent. And it's not something that has been, the courts have not been consistent with respects to looking at that as a important feature sometimes.
Well, I hope that you will look very closely at that. I know that the committee is looking at that issue.
Yes.
And so we'll collaborate as usual and see if we can't get something done on that issue. It's very, very important. So thank you for that. And you mentioned number F, eliminating the 30-day cap on your ability to recoup your emergency housing costs. Can you tell me what's going on with that?
Well, when we had the fire at Arthur Capper, this is when I realized that the legislation that had created our ability to deal with the lien authority also capped it at 30 days. So we want to eliminate that cap, meaning that we could only deal with 30 days of cost that we had put out in that first 30-day period. So we need to just come back and reform that particular set provision.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for a very comprehensive written testimony. Thank you very, very much for that.
Well, I didn't mention that we had submitted our formal written testimony, not testimony, but responses to the questions that you had submitted. And I just thought for the purposes of time, it was better to summarize our testimony rather than to look at 28 pages.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much for what you do and for the support that you and the committee members provide to the Office of the Tenant Advocate. I want to thank all of the public witnesses for their comments. And we will strive to do a better job in areas that may be of concern to those who think we deserve an F.
Well, all right. Thank you.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We will definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so.
And thank you to your staff as well.
Thank you so much. They're a great staff. Thank you.
Yes, they're all here. I did a quick scan and I
Yes,
see their names and I know
they're on time today. They're here.
Yes, they're very supportive.
And I do want to introduce Carissa Aranda to you. She joined us from Texas. She's been she's part of our policy team now. She's doing an excellent job. And so we're very fortunate to have her. And again, let me thank Amir. He's been doing double time, working as our supervisory attorney, as well as being the contract administrator for the database. So we're trying to do the best we can with what we've got.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you again.
Have a good day.
You too. Next, we will hear from the Financial Literacy Council. This is a new agency under the purview of the Housing and Executive Administration Committee. The District of Columbia Finance Literacy Council was established by the DC Council through enactment of the Financial Literacy Council Establishment Act of 2008. The purpose of the council is to assist and advise the mayor and the council, the city council, or the DC council in promoting the financial literacy of city residents. So today we're going to learn what that really means. The 9-member council is responsible for coordinating and promoting the district's various financial literacy efforts and reporting to the public on the status of financial literacy in the city. The chairperson of the Financial Literacy Council is responsible for convening quarterly meetings. Each member of the council is responsible for promoting financial literacy related research, education, and dissemination of information about financial education in and throughout the District of Columbia. The Financial Literacy Council aims to be a unifying strategic advisor that promotes financial literacy and education in the district through organizational collaboration, communication, and dissemination of information to residents, policymakers, education and financial services, and providers and other stakeholders. Its mission is threefold. One, empower residents to achieve short and long-term financial goals. Two, assist and advise the mayor and the council in promoting the literacy throughout the district. And three, facilitate the coordination of public-private financial literacy and educational services. Since there are no public witnesses for today, we'll move right now to our government witness, Chairperson Jeffrey Banks. Mr. Banks, are you here with us? Do we see Mr. Banks?
He has been added as a panelist.
All
Okay,
right.
am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good morning, Council
Good
Member
morning.
Chairman, Chairperson Bonds. I'm Jeff Banks, Vice
All
President.
right. Mr. Banks, let me swear you in because you are our official witness today. Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes,
All right, you can begin when you're ready, sir.
good morning, Chairperson Bonds,
Good morning.
committee members and staff. I am Jeffrey Banks, Vice President of Commercial Services with United Bank and Chairperson of the District of Columbia Financial Literacy Council. On behalf of Mayor Bowser,
Mr. Banks, just go
Yeah.
ahead.
okay, yes, okay. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, I appreciate the opportunity to appear and to testify today on the Financial Literacy Council's activities during fiscal years 2020 and fiscal year 2021 to date. The District of Columbia Financial Literacy Council was created by the Financial Literacy Council Establishment Act of 2008. The purpose of the Financial Literacy Council is to assist and to advise the mayor and the council of the District of Columbia in promoting the financial literacy of DC residents. The Financial Literacy Council's mission is threefold: to empower residents to achieve short and long-term financial goals, assist and advise the mayor and the council of the District of Columbia in promoting financial literacy in the District of Columbia, and three, to facilitate and coordination of public and private financial literacy and education services. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2021 budget made investments that supported our efforts to deliver on our mission, which has become even more vital in the face of the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. The Financial Literacy Council remains committed to educating and empowering district residents and consumers, which is consistent with the mandate established in the authorization legislation. Financial literacy meets, the Financial Literacy Council meets quarterly, typically on the fourth Thursday of January, April, July, and October. Meeting notices and agendas are traditionally published in the District of Columbia Register, as well as the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, DSB's website. Meetings are further promoted through social media and email distribution to government, non-government, and private sector organizations. Meetings are open to the public, and participating organizations are encouraged to share meeting notices with their members and their clients. Attendees are provided a platform to identify themselves and any issues that they may have related to financial education. Residents are encouraged to offer input, create relationships, and solicit assistance from service providers and community stakeholders. The Financial Literacy Council also has used survey instruments delivered by email to solicit feedback from the public. In turn, we have used survey results to establish ranking of the specific financial literacy recommendations. Regarding the Financial Literacy Council's adjustment to COVID-19, we benefited from our traditional use of call-in technology for participants unable to attend meetings in person. Importantly, we were able to seamlessly migrate to virtual meetings using DSB's WebEx platform after the onset of the public health emergency. There were no changes to the Financial Literacy Council's solicitation of public feedback following the start of COVID-19. Public comment and feedback were not interrupted to the Financial Literacy Council was able to proactively identify and utilize technology to continue to reach residents, businesses, and community stakeholders. The Financial Literacy Council is in the process of producing the District of Columbia Financial Literacy Council 2020 Core Recommendations Report and participating in the planning and the development of the Financially Fit at Work program. The Financial Literacy Council produces the Core Recommendations Report to reflect the needs and aspirations of district residents, changes in financial literacy landscape, and new programmatic opportunities. The report is currently being finalized with a final product projected for public distribution prior to end of fiscal year 2021. Members of the Financial Literacy Council were instrumental in the planning and proposal development of the state and local government financial wellness grant sponsored by the National Association of State Treasurers Foundation's new national initiative to improve the financial wellness of the public sector workforce. The District of Columbia was awarded a $100,000 grant to create the Financially Fit DC at Work program to provide a comprehensive suite of programs, products, and services for current district employees, their spouses, and eligible dependents and retirees. The Financial Literacy Council also considered several other initiatives during fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021 to date, including the potential production of a bi-monthly financial literacy newsletter, which would promote events, initiatives, and related resources of government and nonprofit organizations engaged in financial literacy activities. The development of quarterly financial literacy presentations on events, initiatives, and research projects related to financial literacy in the district, and preliminary consideration of a virtual conference to recognize government, nonprofit, and private sector financial literacy achievements in the District of Columbia. The Financial Literacy Council will continue its deliberations on these initiatives to determine those that are able to be moved forward in fiscal year 2021. In conclusion, I would like to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership and support. I appreciate the opportunity to share the financial literacy's activities, as well as our plans for innovation and improvement. I look forward to continuing to work with the committee, and I'm happy to answer your questions at this time.
Mr. Banks, thank you so very much for that testimony. I just have a very few questions. One, I'm so excited to hear that you're thinking about a bi-monthly newsletter, and hope that in the contents you will deal with the issue of fraud as it relates particularly to our seniors. They're having a real trying time through this pandemic. It seems that all kinds of calls and systems that are designed to help them share their dollars with, I guess, the public or the maybe the illegal community have been surfacing almost minute by minute. So I hope you will have some time in your newsletter to speak to that.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
possible?
Yes, we have on the federal side, we have the United States Consumer Financial Protection Board as members, and they have presented throughout the year, and we are able to use their information. And Mr. Idris Abdullah is also the DC Consumer Advocate. He's a member, and with all of our with all of the strategic partners we have, it's just been great to have so many that are out there. It's just too many for me to name, but we have people like HUD involved with us, and Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation.
Very good, thank you. And we'll follow up with you on that because understanding the resources that are available, I think we'd like to broadly make sure that the community is aware. Can you tell me, what is your target audience? I know that you are designed to advise the mayor on promoting financial literacy. Is your audience primarily the government, or is it the consumer, or a mix? Can you help me understand?
Yes, our target is DC residents from the cradle to the grave. So we do, with our partners, we're in the DC Public Schools. I co-chair the DC Office of the State Superintendent of Schools Board for the financial industry. So that's just one of the things that we're doing to work with the children and make sure they have some kind of financial education before they go off to college. And part of our 5 recommendations that we've already have come up with as part of that. I didn't want to go through all of the summary of all of our recommendations, but it's covered in there. And it is to look at all of our people, and even I'd say with the work that we've been doing with access to capital for small businesses, the CBEs that are in the District of Columbia, working with the Office of the District Insurance, Securities and Banking for the Cash Collateral Support Program, to the Loan Participation Program, to make sure that that information is out there to our DC-based CBE community.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. So you're with all of our various constituencies, helping them to understand the importance of being literate on financial matters.
Yes.
Now, when your board, are all of the members of your board in financial services, or are there consumer members? Tell us a little bit about the board.
Yes, we have a total of 9 people. We're short 1 person right now. And our members, I represent the financial industry, and we have members from the private sector, nonprofit organizations. We have people that are working with the work on our committee, represent consumers in the city, And I think I'm the only, myself and one other member from the financial services out of the committee. So it's a well-balanced committee, only two of us in the financial services. Now we have others that come and support us with all of the activities that they do with all of our stakeholders.
All right. And you say that you're 9 members and one is missing now, or you have one vacancy.
Yes, we have a
Okay, all
vacancy
right.
right now.
Okay.
We had 2 vacancies until about 30 days ago.
Okay, so you recently filled a position.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you would like to put on the record this morning, Mr. Banks?
I just want to thank you and thank the District of Columbia residents who responded to our surveys to help us with our recommendations so that we could get information from the grassroots in the city. And just being able to serve, I really appreciate the opportunity. And I really appreciate the Office of the District Department of DSB, who has provided us with some of the administration to help us move along.
Well, thank you very much, you and your team, your other council members, and any of the staff that's been assisting you. And of course, thanks to DSB, because I think you are an arm of DSB. Am I correct, or somewhere?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
organizational chart.
Yes, the office, DSB has really extended Abdul Idris to one of the people that has been really helping us prepare and make sure that all of our meetings are recorded and available on the website. So if anyone wants to go back to listen to the presentations there, the information is there. So we're very thankful to him and the staff over there at DSB.
Well, thank you very much. And we look forward to your 2020 core recommendations report. Unfortunately, we don't get it until October 1, 2021?
Well, we're going to get it to you before then because it's already complete. We just want to make sure some other eyes get a chance to see it before we release it to the general public.
All right.
Make sure we have everything covered.
And does it also contain perhaps some guideline as to what you might be looking at in this new fiscal year of 21?
Yes, well, we wanted to make sure that we integrate financial literacy in DC Public Schools curriculum at all levels. I know at right now it's not mandatory, but a lot of the schools are picking it up because we want to make sure our young people are somewhat prepared when they go off to college and when they leave the nest.
All right. Okay, well, we're looking forward to seeing the recommendations report. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony this morning.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Next, we will hear testimony regarding the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. The mission of the commission is to conduct fair and impartial real property assessment appeals hearings for the city. The commission's objective is to ensure that appellate real properties are assessed at 100% of market value based on properties similar in size and utility so that an equitable tax burden is shared. The Real Property Tax Appeals Commission is the second level real property assessment and appeals process. Prior to filing with the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, a first level administrative appeal must have been filed with the Office of Tax and Revenue Assessor's Office. The commission is comprised of 1 full-time chair and vice chair, 4 full-time commissioners, and 8 part-time commissioners. The full-time commissioners are District of Columbia government employees, while the part-time commissioners are paid as contractors on an hourly basis. The chair of the commission shall be a district certified general appraiser with at least 5 years of professional expertise and experience. The vice chairperson shall be the active member of the DC Bar with at least 5 years of real estate professional experience. Full-time commissioners shall have at least 5 years of professional commercial real estate experience. All commissioners shall be active members of the DC Bar, and district certified general real estate appraisers, certified public accountants or mortgage bankers or licensed real estate brokers or persons possessing significant real property experience. For tax year 2020, the commission held a total of 5,905 cases and 5,829 of which were valuation appeals. The breakdown of cases that we have information on is as follows. 4,683 Class 1 residential valuation cases, 1,141 Class 2 commercial valuation cases, 3 Class 3C vacant classification valuation cases, and 1 Class 4 blight classification case. 4,729 cases were completed by the February 1 deadline. That is 97% success record for the agency. Of the cases, 5,140 were filed electronically. The commission must decide all residential appeals, that is for housing having 1 to 4 units within 30 days after the hearings, and all commercial and large residential apartment building appeals within 80 days after the hearings. However, over the past 4 years, the commission has done exceedingly well by deciding 91% of its appeals cases within the statutory deadlines. And I look forward to hearing about the work of this important commission and the information that we will be able to glean about housing assessments and the housing market from the expertise of these appraisers. And now I would like to invite forward any of public witnesses that we have regarding this commission. Do we have public witnesses?
Councilmember, yes, we do have one public witness who has asked to provide testimony. Kathy Henderson did put in a request before the deadline, so we would like to elevate her now to provide her testimony. As a public witness, she'll have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Ms. Henderson. Are you with us?
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds. Happy New Year to you and happy Women's Month to you. And thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you. I am Commissioner Kathy Henderson. I've served this great city for 10 terms, and I continue to enjoy my opportunity to weigh in on the affairs of our good city. Moving right along, I'm very happy to hear that 91% of the cases, the appeals cases, were resolved within the statutory period. That's good. That actually comports with my testimony here today. I just want to say the process, I think, is very user-friendly. The staff is very efficient. The process works. I think that this process needs to be made more widely. Citizens need to be more widely aware of this process. I would suggest that the appeals form be included in our property tax bills. so that citizens know that they have the option of utilizing the process. I did have one case with a neighbor some time ago whose home was declared vacant because he just didn't put his resources into his home. I guess he knew that he would need his resources to spend his last moments, in a very nice full care facility on Logan Circle, at the residences on Logan Circle. He was a veteran who served our country valiantly in the Air Force, and he had a bit of difficulty convincing the Office of Tax and Revenue that his property wasn't vacant. So I would suggest that there needs to just be more synergy, more communication internally between the various offices so that citizens can have a seamless experience. And as the chairperson for this committee and a council member, I don't have to tell you about the importance of maintaining the district's budget. You know that, and thank you for your work. We can capture additional revenue from individuals. Well, while we expand this process and make it more available, we don't also have to lose revenue, because there are lots of people, and I've spoken to you about this before, there are a lot of people claiming the homestead exemption that are not entitled to the homestead exemption. They come here for political purposes, they have a house, then they rent it out and they don't tell anyone, and they're continuing to claim the homestead exemption. And we're not talking about long-term DC residents who have a stake in this city, who've added to the coffers over and over again. We're really talking about a group of people that behave politically. And if you look at their resumes, they move around the country, they establish residences, and they take advantage of tax benefits that they are not entitled to. I did bring one such person to your attention. That was corrected. We need to look at that more closely. And as we move out of this pandemic state of crisis and back into a semblance of normalcy, we need to collect the revenue, and we need to do it fairly. So people that are not entitled to property, the homestead exemption, take it back, and take it back quickly. And those individuals who have been mistakenly deprived of the homestead individual, we need the process to be very seamless. But my experience with the Property Tax Appeals Commission has been very positive, and I look forward to them continuing to build on this impressive 91% rate of resolving these cases, these appeals within the statute. That is impressive, and that is certainly a standard that we should all endeavor to achieve. Finally, I would suggest that either the chairperson or a member of the staff or one of the appraisers should make an effort to get on the agenda of every commission. I know that some commissions, including my own, are not operating in a manner that is open and transparent to the public, but they should at least make an effort to get on the agenda to really speak about this process so that citizens can take advantage of it and send out some type of notification, even if we have to give a budget increase to allow them to mail, the appeals forms with the tax bills. That would be beneficial and helpful to making sure that our citizens are improving their financial standing, which is in line with the previous testimony from the financial literacy entity. So that concludes my testimony. I will send in written remarks to be part of the record, and thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns with you. I see you writing them down and quietly taking note. So given my experiences with you, I know that you will be following up, and thank you again.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will attempt to get some answers with our government witness, but we made some notations, and as you said, and we'll follow up on it. Thank you very much for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
And thank you for your many, many years of service. And I see that
Thank
you're
you. Coming from you that time frame.
Still at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, we do not have any more public witnesses for this this government agency. However, we have been joined by Councilmember Pinto.
All right. Well, I will turn to Councilmember Pinto in the event she wants to make some comments at this time. Councilmember.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, and thank you to all of the witnesses today. I used to work at the Office of the Attorney General, first in the commercial division, and so had the privilege of working closely many times with the Real Property Tax Assessment Commission, and great to see you, Mr. Amato. And I'm looking forward to hearing from our government witnesses about streamlining the process. I think, as Ms. Henderson mentioned, there are certainly instances where pieces of our tax code are taken advantage of, and those need to be followed up upon with and prevented. And there are also instances, especially that we've seen now with the pandemic, that I think we need to streamline our assessment process, make sure that it's an accurate reflection of the vacancies that we're experiencing, and I think do a better job at getting this right at the first bite of the apple, so that we don't have 1,000 cases a year going through 3 levels of appeals. And so that's something that I would love to work with you all on. I am going to be in and out this morning a little bit, unfortunately, but really appreciate all of your work and your testimony. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you very much for that testimony. And I share your concern, particularly the situation that we're facing through the pandemic. And there's one other area that I share with you, Councilwoman, I believe, and that is the methodology that we use in order to make the judgment about these tax bills, putting a great burden on households that have limited income. Primarily, they are retirees. And as the unit is sold in the neighborhood, their tax burden increases, but their income doesn't increase. And what really happens is, I'd like to see us figure out how we can hold the tax at a certain level. And then when the property actually changes hands, then the reality tax is what would be forthcoming. So I try to choose my words very gingerly, because this is a very sensitive subject. As you say, we want to make sure that we accrue the taxes that we're due as a government. And at the same time, I want us to have as much compassion as we can for persons who really don't have it. And sometimes tax laws cause people to lose their property. So I want to make sure that we're not the villain in that regard. But thank you very much. And I know our government witness is waiting and wondering what's going on. So I'll now turn to our government witness. We have, do we have the chairperson of the, commission, Mr. Ram?
We actually,
no, we actually, okay, we actually have the interim executive director, Mr.
Andarga.
Andaga. Okay, Mr. Andaga. Okay, I'll swear you in. If you would, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements made before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
All right, you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you.
And welcome. First time meeting you. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. Well, firstly, good morning to you as well as the members of the committee. My name is Gazacho Andarga. I am the interim executive director of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, also known as RIPTAC. With me today is Richard Amato, vice chairperson of RIPTAC. I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you to discuss the performance of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission for fiscal year tax year 2020. For tax year 2020, season ended February 1st, 2020, the commission received a total of 5,905 cases, 5,829 of valuation appeals, 4,683 were Class 1 residential cases. 1,141 were Class 2 commercial valuation cases. 3 were Class 3 vacant classification valuation cases, and 1 was a Class 4 blight classification case. There were 8 classification cases that stemmed from appeals from DCRA findings and 67 homestead cases that stemmed from appeals denying or revoking the homestead and/or senior citizen deduction. This caseload was heavier than tax year 2019 by 1,252 cases. And of the 5,829 tax year 2020 valuation cases we received, 321 were resolved with stipulation agreements, 618 were withdrawn, leaving 4,890 tax year 2020 cases that were decided by the commission. As most have experienced in 2020, COVID has directly impacted our work. RIPTAC has made adjustments to better engage our petitioners, staff, and commissioners in order to ensure that needs are met. I'm happy to report that we have seen an increase in the number of property owners who are taking advantage of the convenience of filing electronically, demonstrating the importance of this investment in time and tasks. In 2017, there were 1,948 cases filed electronically. In tax year 2018, there were 4,065 cases filed electronically. And in tax year 2019, there were 4,210 cases filed electronically. Every year, the commission is seeing an increase in electronic filings, and tax year 2020 was no different. Last year, 5,140 cases were filed electronically. In addition, some technology-based process improvements were made to increase efficiency, while most commissioners and some staff worked from home to comply with pandemic protocols and ensure safety. Specifically, each commissioner now has the capability to sit for hearings virtually and electronically sign their decisions, mitigating the need to report to the office. These enhanced efficiencies are vital at a time when we were forced to pivot and demand for our services soared rapidly. Tax year 2020 concluded with 97% of cases completed by the annual February 1 deadline. I am thrilled with our ability to navigate historic challenges and appreciate my team and the commissioners' commitment to success. I must, however, flag meeting this deadline remains a challenge for RIPTAC, considering the steady annual increase of cases. I should note that the commission has not met this mark in the most recently completed tax year 2021 season, completed in February 1st of 2021, as many property owners were dealing with economic hardship. Both commercial and residential property owners experienced this adversity and appealed to the commission to find tax relief, with some using COVID as a justification. As a result, this tax year, we received 7,208 cases, a 19% increase compared to tax year 20. I should remind the committee that assessments are made at a single point in time, specifically January 1 of every year. COVID, as you know, became a citywide concern in mid-March 2020, and therefore not accepted as justification for reducing tax assessments in tax year 2021. Next year, we expect a similarly high number of cases when COVID-related justifications will be considered on a case-by-case basis and will need additional resources to support the scaling demand. This concludes my testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you, and I will take any questions that you or the committee may have at this time.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. I also have a copy of your annual report that you submitted to us. And so we appreciate having that. I guess my biggest concern is, well, one, first I need to congratulate you on getting through the number of cases that you were able to, that's a tremendous record of having 97% of the cases resolved by your official deadline. And we certainly appreciate that. You have indicated that you see a need in the current year to perhaps have additional staff.
Yes.
And what form would that take? You currently have a few members that are full-time government employees, and then a preponderance of members of the commission that are part-time contractors. Are we speaking of contractors, or are we speaking of new employees, additional employees?
It's really the former, Chairperson Bonds. It's not so much that we need more staff. It's, I think, a structural change in the way that the commission is currently set up. So as you noted in your opening remarks, we have a chairperson, a vice chairperson, 4 full-time commissioners and 8 part-time commissioners. The challenge has primarily been, and though I've only been with the commission for maybe 8 months now, I understand this to be a regular challenge, in that the part-time commissioners, their responsibility is only part-time. So the expectation from them is really a 20-hour work week. As I said in my testimony, the number of cases is increasing significantly every year, and it's putting increased burden on all of the commissioners. But we need more time from the part-time commissioners. And so the structural change that I would like to see happen is to move away from a contractor position and towards a direct district government employee position for a temporary period of time, specifically 6 months. The tax year, the tax season for RIP tax specifically, is generally around September through February 1, which is what our statutory deadline is. So it's about 6 months. And we need those 8 part-time commissioners to be wholly dedicated to the responsibilities of the commission during that time, and not at a half-time posture.
So I have to ask the big question, the elephant in the room. Do we have that kind of structure in our government? I know that we have the part-time, and I know that we have a termed appointment, for 13 months, but I'm not sure that we have a 6-month full-time, and it just seems to me that might be something different.
Oh, certainly. It's something different. I hadn't heard of it before myself, but in trying to figure out how to restructure the commission, I have had conversations with the appropriate persons at the DC Department of Human Resources. And there is a way in which you can create a temporary full-time position. So their CS or career term would be for 6 months out of the year. So it is doable.
All right. Now that brings to mind our full-time commissioners. Are we also looking at whether or not they are needed full-time, 12 months, or is it that their work really is also 6 months out of the year?
I don't have any issue with the way that the full-time commissioners are set up. And we also have rehearings throughout the year as well, in which case both the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and another commissioner who may have sat on that panel during the tax season would need to be present.
Okay. All right, that gets to my question. My biggest concern is is there a way for us to make some modifications in the code that would assist persons who, as you heard me speak to my colleague about the situation, persons who are on very limited income, seeing their tax bills escalate, and they're wondering if there's a way to put a hold on a tax, maybe have a floor, And then once the building, the structure changes hands, that the full tax requirement would be elevated as such.
I think that there may be some ways to do this. I don't have a direct answer, and I'm happy to work with the committee members, and I'm sure the commissioners as well, to kind of understand how this would work. I also want to remind the committee, and I think that Vice Chair Amato may have some may have something to contribute to this, but we have to understand that the Real Property Tax Commission is the second level appeal. So it's an outgrowth of what the determination is at the first level appeal. So any change that happens at the law, in the law, would have to bring OTR into that conversation.
Yes, and I guess what I'm asking is, are you seeing enough of the concerns from the public that would justify or warrant the city looking at the tax law and bringing it to, I guess, to really the attention of the CFO to see where we might go with this? I mean, I'm sure that there are appeals that come to you. I'm sure without question, there are individuals that reach out to your agency, assuming perhaps that you're the front line or the first stop. And I just don't know what the frequency is. It's when I go to community meetings, I hear this. It's raised more and more. And so I want to make sure that it is brought to your attention in our official setting, and perhaps if you would look at that. So, but I really want to, do you get
Vice Chair Amato?
Chairperson Bonds.
Oh, okay. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. The thing is, the real property tax, as you know, is assessed against the real estate. It's not assessed against individuals. And you can't really discriminate between pieces of real estate. They have to be treated equally. However, as we do with senior citizen relief and other forms of relief, you can treat the real property as being modified by the individual who owns it. So in other words, if the real property is owned by a person that the government thinks is entitled to relief because of their economic circumstances, the same way, as I say, we have senior citizen tax relief. If the owner is a senior citizen with a limited income, then they can get a deduction. And that's, I think, how you could address it. Otherwise, you would be violating the equal protection of the laws provision. So I think that's the way to do it, to enact a deduction which modifies the real property tax according to the individual circumstances of the owner at the time. And then, of course, as you indicated, when the property is sold, if the purchaser doesn't qualify, then the real estate doesn't qualify. So in other words, if the new purchaser would not make the real estate eligible for deduction, it wouldn't get it. That would take care of it.
Okay, I'm kind of getting it. I guess my question is, in the from an operating perspective, if you are a person of limited income, usually a senior citizen on a fixed income, how does what you're proposing work for them? How do they feel the relief? And then, if I understood you correctly, what happens at the time that the property changes their hand and goes to a new owner?
Well, as I understand the senior citizen tax relief, there is a limit on the federal, we look to the federal adjusted gross income. So in other words, there isn't any question as to what the income, whatever is reported on the federal income tax return as the family adjusted gross income determines the eligibility. So whatever that figure is, I don't even remember exactly what that is. Let's say it's $125,000. In other words, if the federal
Yeah,
adjustment,
thereabouts, yeah, thereabouts. Mhm.
then as long as the family adjusted gross income does not exceed that, then the real property tax for that property would be entitled to whatever the deduction would be. It could be 50%. I think that's what it is
It
now.
is 50% of your homestead, yes. Mhm.
So, but the way it's done is it's not addressed to the real estate, it's addressed to the real estate as modified by the occupants. So then when the property is sold, then it depends on who purchases it. If the person who purchases it is entitled to the relief, then the real estate would be entitled to the relief. But that would not affect the value of the property. In other words, the property is going to be valued according to what its estimated market value is, regardless of who occupies it. It's only the tax liability that's going to be changed.
Well, I understand that part of the law, but I guess I'm constantly looking for a way to address this issue, and that is in some neighborhoods, it seems that the taxes are escalating more than in other neighborhoods, primarily because of sales of products in that neighborhood, and that's an issue. But I'll continue to try and find a way to bring the issue to our government and see if there is some relief. As you know, as you stated, currently, if your gross income, reported income is around, I think it's maybe 128, because it excels every year. So it's about 128,000. Then you are able, if you are a senior, to deduct 50% of your homestead. Homestead first, and then it's another 50% of whatever the remains. So I stated it wrong. It's your homestead exemption, and then another 50% of whatever your tax bill would be. If you're in a neighborhood where the value of your home is 2-3 million, and if you're still living off of your retirement from the federal government, that small check, which you've had for 20 years, that means that your tax bill far exceeds your ability to make that payment. And so that's the issue. So we have to come up with some way of assisting those residents. We don't want to lose them all. And some we do lose simply because they just can't afford the taxes any longer. So that's my plea, and that's my position and my concern this morning. So I understand that we want to make sure we do not violate the equal protection by the law or under the law. I understand that, but I do want to continue to see if there's something we can do that would assist those individuals. And because they also become the victims of those that are encouraging them to get rid of their property quickly. There's the stress, the anxiety, all of that comes into play in these situations, particularly now because of the pandemic. So I've heard of a number of cases like that. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleague. Is Councilmember Pinto with us?
Chair Bonds, I believe Councilmember Pinto has left the meeting.
All right. Okay.
So it's just you. And
okay. Are there any other comments that you would like to put on the record at this time, Mr. Mayton?
Yeah, well, I think I would just also like to mention, it wasn't a part of the testimony, but some other limitations in this past tax year. The chairperson who used to reside, former chairperson Syfax, he has retired. And so we're in the process of finding an interim chair, which we'll need to find pretty quickly. As I mentioned earlier, that there are rehearings that the chairperson will have to sit for in the spring, early summer, late spring, early summer. So we're in the process of identifying and bringing someone on in an interim position due to the urgency. And also, I just want to clarify, to my last point, it's because of the fact that we were down a chairperson, that is one full-time commissioner, and we had another commissioner who was out for family medical leave for about 2 months. That handicapped our ability to be able to, finish by the deadline. So I wanted to make sure that the committee was aware of that and that was on the record. Another thing as well, this is really for the public, the committees as well as the public's understanding. This is something I had to get my head wrapped around when I first started in the summer. The difference between the fiscal year and the tax year. As we all know, the fiscal year starts October 1, goes through September 30th. The tax year, it starts, as I said in my testimony, on January 1. It's at that date where the assessment is, the valuation happens. OTR will then send notification to property owners in early March about what their tax liability is, tax responsibility is. They will have 30 days, that is petitioners, real estate owners will have 30 days to appeal that. They will go through the first level appeal with OTR through the spring and into the summer. After they've received their notification from OTR with OTR's decision, they'll have 45 days from that date to appeal to the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. That normally happens, like I said, in the late summertime period, where we will begin to schedule second level appeals in the late summer, early fall through February 1. So there's a bit of overlap in terms of the fiscal year and tax year. And so that's part of the reason why in my testimony, I straddled both FY20 and tax year 20 as well as tax year 21.
All right, and then you mentioned something that I failed to chat with you about, and that is the filling of this vacancy for Mr. Syfax.
Yeah.
Are you advertising? Are you recruiting? Is this a process that would go through the mayor's talent office?
Right. Yeah, so we originally had gone through that process. I think we had 2 applicants who didn't make it past the first round. That was soon after I started in the midsummer. And that did go through MOTA, the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments. It will likely go through that process again, so it will likely go through that process again. It will be an interim process, so there may be someone who is appointed without going through a public process, but during the interim chairperson holding the position, we would go through a public process. But as I said, the urgency is because we will have rehearings in the next 2 to 3 months, so we need to have someone sitting.
And I guess Mr. Amato does not want to ascend to the chairman position.
Not just that I don't want to, but under the statute, you have to be a certified commercial appraiser. I'm not even an uncertified commercial appraiser. I'm an attorney. The vice chairman has to be an attorney, a member of the bar with at least 5 years of real estate experience. So there's 2 different qualifications for the 2 different jobs. The one thing I would like to say, though, is that throughout the year, we have appeals, classification appeals, which includes senior citizen cases, homestead cases, and also class 3 and class 4 properties. We have those throughout the year. So it's not just that we sit hearing assessment appeals during a limited period of time. We have the other appeals throughout the year that we sit on.
Well, I don't want to hold you all up, but it just seems that we need to have more discussion about how we get you to where you need to be so that you can discharge your official duties. And that is making sure that you do have a suitable chairperson with the qualifications that are necessary. And making sure that you have the number of commissioners that you need in order to transact business throughout the year. So I'm very happy to work with you on that. And I don't know that we can glean very much more this morning from a discussion now, but let's see if we can't make sure that we are talking about this in the next, I would say in the next couple of weeks, so that we can begin to get some relief.
Sure, we'd be happy to. And as you know, we'll have a budget hearing whenever that may be scheduled, but we'll be talking about that as well. So happy to continue the conversation.
Yes. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the District of Columbia Housing Authority. That is, we will hear from our public witnesses on the Housing Authority. As we know, the Housing Authority is an independent district agency supported by local and federal dollars to manage the public housing portfolio of over 8,500 units on 40 different properties. Over 12,000 district residents live in traditional public housing. The Housing Authority also administers the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, as well as its own local rent supplement program, or LRSP. The LRSP supplements the Federal Housing Voucher Program by using local funds to provide housing vouchers for families whose income does not exceed 30% of the area median income. Through the local rent supplement program, the Housing Authority has assisted more than 2,700 households in need, in addition to the roughly 15,000 that are served through the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program. Altogether, more than 53,000 district residents participate in the Housing Authority programs and services. The Housing Authority also houses an Office of Public Safety, which is staffed by police officers, sworn police officers as well, who patrol Housing Authority properties and are fully empowered to enforce district law. The Housing Authority also collaborates with the Deputy Mayor for planning and economic development on the New Communities Initiative. The New Communities was designed to revitalize severely distressed, subsidized housing and to renovate communities plagued with concentrated poverty, high crime, and economic segregation. New Communities involves 4 properties, Berry Farm, Park Morton, Northwest 1, and Lincoln Heights Richardson Dwellings. While Northwest 1's redevelopment is underway, most projects have been severely delayed. I understand that the Berry Farm Phase 1B is underway, and that would be the senior building. So we are moving a little bit on this issue, but the Housing Authority is not solely responsible for the delays, as you well know. The lawsuits by neighbors has put a hold on the New Communities activities in some neighborhoods in the city. Nevertheless, our residents deserve clarity about their housing and the community. I'm committed to doing all that we can to deliver that clarity and to get these projects moving forward, including the transformation plan that addresses the redevelopment needs of some of the most severely properties that are not included in the new communities process. This morning, we will have an opportunity to hear from public witnesses, and we will hear from the government on the 17th of March. So committee members, would you please let us know our witnesses that are ready today?
Yes, Councilmember. Our first witness will be Amanda Korber, who is supervising attorney at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. Eleanor Hart, here from DC for Democracy. Shanta Hai is on our agenda, but I do not see her. President of Council Park Morton, so if she shows up, she'll be added. Beatrice Belt, President, Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association. Paulette Matthews, who we will be calling. Vice President of the Berry Farm Tenant and Ally Association. Esther Hardesty, President at Resident Council Langston Terrace. Heather Day, an Elbins Road President. Linda Brown is on our agenda and she is not with us yet. She will be added if she is. She's a Greenleaf Senior Resident. And Danielle Del Pelago, Organizing Director of Empower DC.
All right, so the first panel, we have 6 persons that are available now.
Available now, potentially 9.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll start with our first witness and welcome. Nice to see everyone.
And organizational witnesses, those representing organizations will have 5 minutes to testify, and those testifying as public witnesses, as individuals, will be given 3 minutes to testify, and the clock will run on my screen.
All right. And for our witnesses, know that we're trying desperately to make sure you have your time, and at the same time, make sure everyone has their time. So forgive us for kind of pushing you along today, but you'll have many bites at these apples, believe me.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
So we'll start.
Ms. Korber, you can begin.
All right, okay.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds. It's good to see you, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amanda Korber, and I'm a supervising attorney at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. To say the last year has been challenging would be an understatement, and we appreciate the amount of work it took DCHA to begin operating in large part remotely. However, we do have concerns with DCHA's operations, from its big picture redevelopment plans down to its daily functions of the voucher and public housing programs. This testimony will address 3 of those concerns. First, I'm going to talk about the redevelopment of public housing. There is no dispute that much of DCHA's public housing stock is in deplorable condition and needs to be redeveloped. However, public housing residents should not pay the price and should not lose any rights because of the federal and local government's decades-long neglect of these properties. When DCHA first announced its redevelopment plans in 2019, Legal Aid was hopeful that DCHA would put its commitments to its residents in writing in a way tenants could enforce. And they are commitments that shouldn't be controversial. Legal Aid and our partners were asking for commitments to things like rebuilding every deeply affordable unit that it demolishes, to preserve residents' rights throughout the process, and to ensure every resident has the right to return once redevelopment is done. Yet, to date, DCHA has been unwilling to put these promises in writing in an enforceable way. We asked the council to step in and pass legislation to ensure residents have these rights. Last session, a bill was introduced, the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act, that would go a long way in addressing a lot of these concerns, and we would urge the council to reintroduce and pass that legislation. Second, we're concerned about the extraordinary delays, literally years, in transferring residents to new public housing units, even after DCHA approves their reasonable accommodation requests. Over the last year, Legal Aid has worked with multiple public housing residents who have been waiting years to transfer units. Public housing residents have the right to transfer units for multiple reasons, including because they need a different unit to accommodate their or their family member's disability, they are a survivor of domestic violence, or because of other public safety concerns. DCHA often approves these transfer requests and agrees that residents are in need of these transfer and legally entitled to them. In reality, though, these approvals have little meaning because residents are waiting years to get the transfers they need to live safe and dignified lives. After years of languishing, many residents we talk to feel like their transfers are never going to come through. To be honest, we don't know exactly why these transfers take so long, and it's likely a problem with multiple causes. Is it because there are not suitable units available? Because so many public housing units are offline or uninhabitable? Because DCHA needs to work on how it prioritizes its transfer list? Without knowing the exact cause of the problem, it's hard to propose solutions, but we encourage the council to press DCHA on this issue and determine what the source of this year's long delay is and require DCHA to fix it. The current status quo requires tenants to live in units where they are unsafe or that do not meet their needs. And in many instances, the delay is likely in violation of DCHA's obligations under local and federal disability law. And finally, while we understand operating virtually is challenging, our clients have had an impossibly hard time receiving transfer vouchers and leasing up in new units during the pandemic. Legal Aid appreciates that working remotely presents many challenges and that DCHA had to pivot quickly during the public health emergency to perform its many functions virtually. However, a year into the pandemic, voucher participants are still facing many administrative challenges when they try to lease up in new units, delaying their ability to move into safe housing by many months. For example, it's taking many months for voucher participants to even get their transfer vouchers, which is the first step when a program participant wants to find a new unit and relocate. Then once a participant finds a new unit to move to, that landlord has to submit a lease-up packet to DCHA. Once the lease-up packet is submitted, it is not clear how or when landlords or voucher holders will be contacted about its status. Multiple landlords our clients work with have told us that they never heard from DCHA, only to find out much later that the packet was rejected with no notice sent to either the landlord or the tenant. Legal aid attorneys have had to send multiple emails over the course of many weeks and sometimes still never get responses or figure out what is needed to move the lease-up process forward. In addition to leaving our clients in unsafe housing conditions or the shelter system, this process also causes landlords to get frustrated, and we often worry they're just going to walk away from the whole process. We want to emphasize that these problems are encountered by program participants who have legal help. They have an advocate reaching out to DCHA for them to try and keep the process moving. But even with our assistance, we were unable to move them into their new homes for many months. It's just unacceptable. We encourage the council to ask DCHA about its challenges in leasing up tenants during the public health emergency and require them to come up with solutions. And importantly, any new solution or process should be transparent and made public to tenants and their advocates so they can navigate the process. That is all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And, you know, as one of the previous witnesses indicated, I am taking notes. And so I hope not to have a book to share with the authority. Forgive my pun, but, you know, but thank you very much for that. Our next witness.
Eleanor Hart.
Good morning, Chairman Bonds and other members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC Democracy's Affordable Housing Committee. DC for Democracy is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 700 members. My testimony on behalf of DC for Democracy will focus on the repairs urgently needed to address serious threats to health and safety in public housing, and the need to protect tenants' rights during the Housing Authority's upcoming transformation. DC for Democracy is pleased that the DC government has recognized the importance of investing in public housing, and we want to urge this committee and other council members to make sure the FY22 budget allocates at least $60 million for public housing repairs. The pandemic is confining too many public housing residents to hazardous conditions. Everything possible must be done to expedite the repairs. If the committee can emphasize the repairs through discussion with Director Garrett and careful review of repair schedules, it can make a difference to the public housing residents waiting desperately for their living conditions to improve. As you know, the Housing Authority is getting ready to launch a massive transformation of public housing properties. This transformation will cost several $billions and involve private financing and market rate units. We know from what happened with the Arthur Capper Hope 6 transformation and the Berry Farms New Communities development that when private financing and market rate units are involved, public housing tenants can experience long-term displacement. We also know that with careful planning and adequate protections, displacement can be prevented. In San Francisco, for example, the rights of public housing residents were protected during a 2-year conversion that used the same financing program that the authority is planning to use. It's called RAD, or rental assistance demonstration. An attorney on the staff of the National Housing Law Project, which is based in San Francisco, proudly told me they didn't lose anybody in San Francisco's public housing conversion. During the last council period, legislation to protect public housing residents during the transformation was introduced with 8 co-sponsors and referred to this committee. Amanda Kober recently talked about that legislation in her testimony. It is time, the name of the legislation was the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act. It's time for this or similar legislation to again be introduced and to move. This committee has the capacity to make a positive difference in the lives of public housing residents. DC for Democracy hopes you will use that capacity in every possible way. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness.
Our next witness on the list is Ms. Shanta High, but I do not see her. So that means that we will move on to Ms. Beatrice Belt.
Sorry to break in here. I just sent a message to Gabrielle. Detrice had to go to work, but she's going to try to log back on around 12:30.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Ms. High may also try to get back on. She had to get to an appointment.
Okay, I will make a note. Okay, that means that Ms. Paulette Matthews is next on our list. Ms. Matthews, if you can unmute yourself, you might have to press *6 to do so.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good.
My name is Paul. I'm fine. My name is Paulette Matthews, and I was a resident of Berry Farms 20 years ago. I was displaced by Berry Farms and the DC Housing Authority in DEMPAS New Community Initiative. And I have been away from my neighborhood for 2 years now. I now live in Ward 1. While waiting to return to the neighborhood, if that ever be the case, for many years we have been advocating for our neighborhood. We've even developed a plan for our neighborhood that none of the agencies involved in the redevelopment even took seriously. We attended all the DC Housing Authority board meetings, Board of Commissioner meetings every month, and we've asked what is happening at Berry Farms. And all we ever hear from the director, Garrett, is that updates is coming soon, but still no real updates. The new community initiative has only resulted in displacement of me and my neighbors. We don't know when we'll return or when we will ever get back or have the right to return. Every year goes by without anything happening. Berry Farms residents have died and are likely not to be able to return for other residents. I also want to mention that we won the historical designation of 5 buildings at Berry Farms. Wish there could have been more because the history had been lost and people need to know. We felt that the preserving the history of Berry Farms was very important. When we recently asked at a Board of Commissioners meeting, what is the plans for the buildings, we get very little information. And that's with anything when we go to most of these hearings. As I wrap this up, here are some of the demands. We want a written guaranteed right to return. We want to be directly involved in what will happen at Berry Farms, not just told what will happen after it's been decided. The DC Housing Authority partnership with DMPAD on new communities has not worked. NCI needs to be stopped. We want to be directly involved in finding a meaningful way to use historical designating buildings to uplift the history of Berry Farms. Lastly, I want to ask this committee, especially those who have been here for a long time, what is your opinion of how effective NCI has been? Should it continue to exist, or is it time to stop it? My name is Paulette Matthews. I'm a native Washingtonian. I am the vice president of the Berry Farms Tenant Allies Association. And as we all can see, there needs to be some type of change in the world. And for those that hold positions to be able to make these changes outside of the people who have to live it, we need to do a little better, not a little better, better than what we have done.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Matthews, for your testimony.
You're welcome. How have you been? It's been a long time no see.
I know, I can't see you now. I see the big telephone symbol, but I know that you are good and moving forward. I can tell from the spirit in your voice. So thank you very much for that.
You're more than welcome. Everybody enjoy your weekend, but we got to do better than what we're doing. The history shows that we have made plenty of mistakes, and we can correct these mistakes. God has provided all of our needs. As human beings, we need to figure out how we're going to fix it and stop making it worse for other human beings that, you know, need more, need help, don't mind helping themselves as well, but to keep making these situations difficult because of policies and procedures, money and fame, or whatever the case may be, or greed, we have to do something so much better for the human lives that we serve or other voices that we speak for.
Thank you very much for that comment. Do we have any other witnesses available now? I know 2 witnesses we lost momentarily.
Yes, Councilmember. So Esther Hardesty is next on the list, but she has messaged in the chat that she's unable to speak at this moment due to recovering from throat surgery. So we acknowledge her presence and hopefully she will submit her testimony to the committee in writing. Then that brings us to Heather Day. She's an Elvins Road tenant.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right. Good morning. My name is Heather Day. I'm a resident on Elvins Road. I was a part of the ABLE program, which is supposed to have been a rewards program, but it seemed to be a one-way ticket to hell. Excuse my language. But with the program, it was for working families who were interested in being home buyers. And the whole time of being in that program, over 4 years, I've had maintenance issues in my home. I've had issues that even caused a fire in my home in December, which caused me and my family to be displaced due to maintenance neglect. I'm currently temporarily placed on another property through DCHA, where I'm still dealing with road and electrical issues and even junkies behind my home getting high. So it's opening up even more issues for me and my family. My house caught fire due to the electrical issues and the dust in my exhaust fan, which I've been complaining about to DC Housing Authority, and nothing has really been done. During our hotel placement, the service and communication from DCHA was horrible. Me and my family had one of the worst holidays ever. You know, my anxiety and trying to smile and keep everything together for my children, but on the other end, being treated poorly by DCHA and figuring out each week if they're going to pay for one of our 2 hotel rooms during our stay. Some of the concerns that we really dealt with the ABLE program included our rent ledgers. Right now, there's about 13 out of 20 families, about 2 families moved out, but 13 out of 20 families have ridiculous rent balances between $25,000 all the way up to $100,000. I even have statements of different rent amounts that just don't add up. When we ask for our statement accounts, they don't give it, or they give us 1 page. They don't show us any of our transaction history or anything. Payments that have been submitted have been lost, stolen, not applied to our account, or they told us that they put it in a cyberspace, whatever that means. With our property, you know, a lot of us are asking for like rent abatement to be able to deal with the issues, to deal with the issues that we've dealt with for several years, and to correct our ledgers. I mean, honestly, at this point, we feel as though DCHA should eat all or majority of the cost because of all the issues we had to deal with. Not only dealing with maintenance issues, we deal with unprofessionalism from the maintenance staff to property managers to anyone that's working there. From having someone sigh and huff and puff on the phone to sarcastic emails. I even got the host of the RAD call. She even rolled her eyes at me on a recorded Zoom call after I asked a few of my questions. Some of the other issues, we dealt with rats outside of the home, squirrels and raccoons in the wall, mice and roaches inside of the home, along with leaks, floors caving in, and a host of other issues. I went through the proper chain of command trying to get assistance. That doesn't seem to mean anything. I've testified on 3 Board of Commissioners calls. I spoke to my property manager, LaWan Sly, her manager, which is the area manager, Samadre Watson, her supervisor, which is Deputy Brandy Lynch, her supervisor, the property management supervisor, Larry Williams. I've escalated all the way up to Neil Albert, who's the Board of Commissioners called. I've spoke to Trayon White and Ms. Bonds. I've even spoke to you. I'm not sure if you recall Labor Day of last year, we had an issue. One, our grass wasn't cut, but 2, our water on our property was purposely cut off. I'm the resident that brought out the chairs, the tents, and the snacks and whatnot.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. But, you know, at that time we were informed that our property was not listed in the housing inventory, and maybe that's why some of the issues weren't addressed. But from September to now, we still don't really have any updates. I know after I last spoke with you, stated that you were going to speak to Tyrone Garrett to find out about Elms Road. You were going to find out about the ABLE program verification and find out what the program entailed. You were going to try to locate our escrow accounts for the ABLE participants. We were going to follow up on our RAD meeting, which we did have. Like I said, I got my eyes.
Yeah.
She rolled her eyes at me after I asked a few questions. But we also wanted to get income minimum and maximum for tax abatement. We were just trying to figure out exactly what's going on with the property. In closing, I just want everyone to understand that we are residents who need housing. We are single moms. We're families who, you know, are responsible for sick children, elderly people, and whatever our situation is. It's just, we need the stereotyping and assumptions to stop. We're human like everyone else, regardless of our education and our tax bracket. And to be treated as if we're not important is unacceptable. Like, there's no compassion, interest for anything that we have going on, respect for our times, or importance for our concerns. For a lot of people, this is just a job. This is our daily life. And I feel like DCHA is now pushing us off to the developers, like with the RAD program is here to help us. However, I feel like they're just pushing us off so that they don't have to deal with us. The developers don't care about us at all. The last thing I want to say is someone, I don't know who, but someone has to take control and try to provide some type of training or something for all staff, and maybe policies and procedures need to be updated because this isn't right. If this program is here to help, it's doing more harm than helping. That's all I have.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. And yes, and thank you again for accommodating me when I came out and had the opportunity to really learn that your property was a public housing property. And yes, there are some glitches in the understanding between those who reside on the property and the administration. That was very clear. But I'm glad that at least you finally got some response from the agency. The description that you're giving us today is very difficult to understand because I was with you a couple of years ago and thought that we were moving forward after the conversations. that I had with the director and some other members of his administration. So I have to put this at the top of my list, Miss Day, okay? I have to get on this and try to unravel much of what's going on, like the status of the property, the status of the individuals of that were in the ABLE program. I understand that we are not having, that the ABLE program doesn't exist anymore. But my question is, I think I'm seeing a sign on the screen. What is that?
Those, I'm so sorry to interrupt, council member, but for those viewing on the DC Council website or channel 13, the broadcast will be discontinued at noon, but they can follow along live on our YouTube channel, which is called HEA Committee. So I just wanted to put up a little notice to that effect. And our broadcast will be discontinued in about 2 minutes.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ram. But as I was saying to Ms. Day, let's see what we can do about this. Would you make sure that I get your phone number? Gabrielle, will you make sure that we get the phone number information? I know the property very well. And this time we'll have a name beside a phone number so that when you call, I will be able to return your call.
I was gonna say, I have, I think you gave me your personal cell phone number as well. I have that. I can send you a text message with my contact
Would
info.
you? That would be perfect. Let's do that. Thank you
Okay.
so very much.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you. And maybe I'll see you Labor Day this year. People may be
Not for that
able to,
reason.
well, I think people may be able to get together, you know, by then.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll see. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next person on our list is Linda Brown. Ms. Brown, you can press *6 to unmute yourself since you're calling by phone.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds and other council members. I apologize. I'm actually pulled over because I was driving. My name is Linda Brown. I live in Greenleaf Senior. And I'm just going to make it quick, is that repairs. I know due to the pandemic, it had slowed the workload down, but it has caused more challenges for the property. And so those challenges or those repairs need to be done now. We can't wait. Given COVID and what our community is going through right now, we need those repairs to be done. There is those vents that actually need to be cleaned, and they need to be done now. So we're living this right now. We need for you to be able to put more funds into those repairs as well as getting the work done. Accountability, and it needs to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Ms. Brown. I hope you and your daughter are doing well.
Well, we thank you, but we got caught up in COVID as well. So that's why I'm saying that those repairs of people, the maintenance people being able to come out and do what they need to do is important, because that circulation, that building and the neglect, you need to be able to have that circulation with those vents. And I don't know any other way to say it except we're living it, and we can't wait for the process of paperwork. We need that work done now.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I guess you're speaking of the ventilation system in the building.
Yes, those vents that the flyers were sent out to tell us that they were going to clean them, but they haven't.
right.
come out to clean them. And so, like I said, there are other repairs. And I know due to distance restrictions that a lot of the maintenance, they did, the workload or the crew was less than normal. They weren't at their full workload. But given the circumstances of those buildings and how old they are, you have to be able to maintain them as best you can. And as I said, because we are living this every single day, we can't wait. We can't hold on to the promises, and we can't wait for them to come out. It needs to be done. And how do we hold housing accountable for this when they don't do it? And so, all this talk, how I am, all this talk is not getting anywhere for me. I need action. We need to be able to hold them accountable and know where those funds are going if they're not doing them. Where are the funds?
So, Ms. Brown, may I ask, when you say you need the vents cleaned,
Yes.
are you speaking of individual furnaces located in each unit, or are you speaking of a master furnace that works for the whole
I'm talking
building?
about the whole building itself. Those vents need to be cleaned because we're talking about circulation. The circulation of that dust in the air and those particles are in the air. That ventilator system is terrible. And
Okay,
that dust,
and what I'm trying to discern from you, Ms. Brown, are they individual units where there
no.
is a
This is apartment building, Greenleaf Senior.
right.
And you're in it. Of course, the apartments are separate, but I'm saying the ventilation system is attached to all the apartments.
I
Those
got
vents
you.
are
It's one big system.
connected.
One big system. I got
It
you.
is one big system. It is connected.
Got you.
And so
Okay.
whatever is happening in any of the apartments, you can smell it through the ventilation system or the dust that comes through there.
All right. I now I understand. Thank you very much. We'll get on that.
Yes, please do.
Yes,
I would
definitely.
appreciate it. Yes, I would appreciate it. And let me know how soon they're coming out, as I said, because this is something that needs to be taken care of.
All right.
Long overdue.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Camille Del Piago.
Right.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Del Piago, and I'm an organizer with Empower DC. We work with public housing residents around the city. We often have outreach days where we knock on doors and talk directly to public housing residents. As you can probably guess, we continue to hear the same issues that have plagued public housing residents for a very long time. However, it is important to stay aware of these issues so we can work on improving them so the quality of life for public housing residents improve. Here are some of the major issues we continue to hear. Maintenance, as we've heard, public housing residents continue to endure unsafe and unhealthy living conditions. Mold, lead, rodent, and insect infestations, and general disrepair continue to be issues that affect the well-being and quality of life of many public housing residents. We are heartened that several council members have identified a continued commitment to funding public housing repairs. This continued commitment is certainly a step in the right direction to provide relief for public housing residents. It is important to note that DCHA's transformation plan is nowhere close to being implemented, and repairs are needed right now. Redevelopments, the New Communities Initiative is a failed redevelopment project that has only resulted in the displacement of hundreds of public housing residents. For years now, we have testified on this issue, and we are here again. To date, Berry Farm residents have no idea when they will return or what they will return to. Excuse me one sec. I had a conversation with a senior from Berry Farm recently, and he said, by the time they finish there, I'll be dead. He's not wrong. The projects have taken so long that returning is not a reality for many of the displaced residents. At Park Morton, we continue to see the displacement of residents also without any idea of when or what they'll return to. In fact, the current plan for only 47 replacement public housing units means a significant number of residents simply won't be able to return. In both of these properties, residents have put forth their own plan that balances the needs of public housing residents and creating other types of housing, but have fallen on deaf ears. That would be the Berry Farm resident-led plan and the Park Morton equity plan. As Ms. Day spoke to, the Melville Rad redevelopment project, which includes Montana, Elvins, Lincoln, the Villager, and Ontario Road, is another one where residents do not know what will happen. Residents were told that something would happen at the beginning of this year, but still nothing has happened, and residents are stressed and concerned about the unknown. DCHA's transformation plan is still in flux, and 2 years ago, when residents were told that something would be happening, have no real idea of what to expect now. This unknown causes considerable stress for public housing residents. When this plan starts moving, it will be of utmost importance that residents from the affected properties play a central role in what will happen on their respective properties. Communication. DCHA has a problem with putting the proverbial cart before the horse. They present grandiose plans that promise relief, but very rarely deliver on them. Residents are presented with these plans, but then do not hear any updates on what is happening, what will happen. And once again, this unknown that DCHA creates because of poor communication causes confusion and stress for public housing residents who are already dealing with significant issues such as their living conditions. Another big issue we've heard from residents is unprofessional property managers. We often hear how property managers are unprofessional and even intimidating. This makes it difficult for residents to communicate concerns about their units, their property, and especially during the recertification process, this has become a big issue. To wrap up, DCHA needs to do much better by their residents. Public housing residents should not be living in conditions that threaten their safety and well-being. Their lived experience needs to be central in any efforts to improve and preserve this much needed housing stock. With continued local investment in public housing repairs, we can begin to undo some of that harm that has been done to thousands of district residents. I look forward to any follow-up questions you may have, Ms. Bonds, and even meeting in the near future to continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation because, and I say presentation because I think it succinctly lays out some of the, it's a good summary of the issues that we've heard this morning. I am very concerned about this issue. You mentioned communication, not having the proper kinds of communication. And so that's something that I think we can get relief from almost immediately. So we'll work on that instantly, of course. The unprofessionalism of staff, that's a more difficult challenge, but one that we really have to address. So you can expect that we will do that. Also, I'm very concerned about this issue of persons who are displaced, as they like to say, because they are living in a different location, with the understanding that once the renovation takes place, that they will be able to come back to their neighborhood, back to the property. I'm very concerned that persons are feeling that they don't have a guarantee. And I don't know what kind of guarantee we can give. Over the last 2 years, this issue continues to bubble up. I think you will recall that the sense of the council resolution was passed. Additionally, the Public Housing Board of Governors passed a resolution. So I don't know what else the government can do to assure residents that they will have the right to return.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I'd love to follow up on that. I know, for example, Amanda Korber, who gave testimony, and several other legal nonprofits that work around these issues have worked around, getting this written into actual policy, because that's the thing. If folks feel like they don't have an actual right of return, they just feel like there's no connection now to this redevelopment and when they'll be able to come back. And as I mentioned, it's very real. Like this gentleman who's a senior is now in Syfax Gardens was like, I'm going to be dead by the time they do that. And, it was funny. We laughed about that, but there's a lot of truth in what he was saying there. So,
well, the time frame for these processes is very, very slow. For instance, the authority has to go through a process of getting approval by the board to even submit a request to HUD to begin the so-called renovation process. HUD has up to a year to respond. Okay, so you can see the months begin to tick before we even know the disposition of a property. And I mentioned that, some folk will say, well, perhaps Councilmember Bonds is being defensive, but I'm really trying to, even myself, to understand the time frame that it takes in order to move these processes. I agree, it takes far too long, particularly because the authority is identifying properties that are in great need of repair. And the clock continues to tick and the deterioration continues while we're waiting for due process.
And that's why I suggest that communications and, investment in fixing public housing now is important, because if folks, 2 years ago, I went to all of these meetings where the housing authority was presenting, we've got this, no more Band-Aids. They said, no more Band-Aids, hashtag no more Band-Aids. And we're going to do this. And I get that. I understand that. I also understand how hard it is to do this. But, honest communication, real timelines are important, because, we talk to residents and they're like, when are they going to fix it? When am I going to get my voucher? And we're like, it takes years to even begin that process. So I think that these promises, or even these presentations that are made, I don't want to say that they are lying, but they are certainly not 100% correct. And that needs to be improved so residents understand what is really happening. And then, of course, we need to invest in repairs now, because some of these redevelopments that promise the relief are not going to happen for, several years, even decades. I see Ms. Deborah Frazier has logged on, and she can certainly speak to that as it happened.
Right, I think you mentioned the 60 million. You want to make sure that 60 million is going, I know Ms. Hart mentioned it, is going to the authority in the FY22 budget.
Yeah, we would support that. I mean, I think we need that steady stream of income to begin to undo some of these damages that people have lived with for a very long time and continue to live with.
Now you're aware some work is moving forward, and some, I believe, has been completed. You know that. As an example, Judiciary House had all of their air, quality systems, their electrical systems. So they had to make adjustments of that nature. In other words, systemic across the whole building. And so,
I do. I just think that, everyone needs a little love. I understand that. And that's why I think the continued investment, local investment in public housing is so critical, so everyone can get that type of work done. And then, of course, not hiding behind these promises that the properties will be redeveloped at some point. So you all just hold on, the whole hold on messaging, we just can't deal with anymore. We need relief now.
Well, Daniel, I hate to tell you this, the first rendering of the transformation plan, and it was done with data, presented data, indicated that we're talking 20 years. Okay. I have asked that at least we look at no more than 10 years. And so it will take far longer than, and the gentleman who said, well, he might not be here, he might not be here. I might not be here. You might not be here for
That's
that
right.
matter. It will take time. It really and truly does. And I don't know what else we can do. Construction, the process, the clearances that you have to have, the inspections to make sure there's quality, going into a project. That's all necessary. So, but I do understand that for people who are in these situations, they're wondering when, for goodness sake, how is this going to ever benefit me? So I
Exactly.
appreciate that.
And once again, having like a written actionable right of return. I know Amanda can speak to why Resolution 1606 that is touted as, the ability to return, an ability and opportunity is different from a right. So, we could follow up now, but we've got a
Yeah,
whole
and
witness list, but
I
would love to
I
get
really
down
am
the line.
lost as to how the government can guarantee. That concerns me. Are you thinking that there, and maybe Ms. Colbert can help us, is this something that could be like a contract between an individual and the housing authority? Is that what you're looking for? I don't, and I'm trying to figure out how it can be conveyed in a better way.
Yeah, I think, so 1606, just to clarify, it doesn't apply to all properties that are redeveloped. And it's not something that like tenants can, and what 1606 says, right, is that the properties it applies to, the developers can apply more stringent screening criteria than the housing authority would. Right? They can't, run credit checks, or that the housing authority wouldn't do to sort of screen out applicants. And I think what the government could do is to write that into a law that tenants could enforce. Because right now it's just a resolution that doesn't have any regulations. There's no statute. It's this sort of, it's this nice thought that tenants can enforce. And so, like, for example, what we'll see at some redeveloped properties is tenants will get screened out because they don't have a high enough credit score, which is not something that is allowed, but they have no avenue to sort of challenge not being allowed to come back to the property, even though it is in violation of 1606.
Okay.
And so I think I think that there are ways that the council can put into law that these tenants have the right to return, and under what criteria they're allowed to return. And if that right is violated, they have some way to enforce it, to get back into the properties that they're entitled to.
Okay, so it's beyond the having something in writing that gives them the right to return. It's really looking at the criteria for returning and making some adjustments there.
Right. And then also making sure that tenants have an avenue to challenge any violation of those criteria.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much. I've been wondering about that. We're finally getting to a crescendo. So thank you for that explanation. Well, thank you all very much for your testimony this morning. I know we have a few additional witnesses. So I want to make sure that we get to them as well. So thank you to this entire panel.
Council member, we will call a second panel until we get to 6 to fill that second panel. But I was wondering if you wanted to take a break at this time.
Is that possible?
Yes, we could take I think.
Can I have a 10-minute break?
Take a 10-minute break. It's in our rules, actually. We're required to.
All righty. Thank you so kindly. All right. We will recess for 10 minutes. The time is now 12:22, and we will come back at 12:32. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ram, could someone please send me an agenda?
Yes, council member.
Are we back?
Yes, council member, and I believe Ms. Rogoff is ready to call the next 6 witnesses.
All righty.
Yes, Councilmember. This panel will include Christy Respras, the Executive Director of Pathways to Housing DC, Jean Stewart, a Sierra Club member, Judy Etsy, the Vice President of Platform of Hope, Deborah Frazier, a former Arthur Capper resident, Farrah Fossey from Empower DC, and Carissa Span, who is the President of the DC Housing Provider Association.
Okay, thank you. And so we will begin with Ms. Repress.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm well, how are you? So as you know, my name is Christy Respras, and I'm the Executive Director of Pathways to Housing DC. And our mission there is to end chronic homelessness for people with serious mental illness and other complex health challenges using the Housing First model that we brought to the district in 2004. We serve over 3,500 people a year across all of our programs, which include street outreach, integrated healthcare, behavioral health, and housing. We currently have 647 tenants in our Housing First program, which is funded by a combination of DCHA, DBH, Medicaid, DHS, HUD, and VA dollars, rents, and supportive services. I'll be focusing my testimony this morning or this afternoon primarily on the sponsor-based local rent supplement program. LRSP is a much needed and critical resource in our continuum to end homelessness in the district. It was a bold and much needed decision for DC to create a locally funded permanent housing subsidy program in 2007, knowing that federal resources alone will never meet our community's need. In 2008, Pathways was awarded 2 LRSP contracts with the goal of ending chronic homelessness for 180 single adults living with serious mental illness and other health conditions. We used the contract creatively to expand our scattered site Housing First program. While the majority of sponsor-based LRSP contractors tied the funds to subsidize the units on specific buildings they own, we wanted to give people choice in where they live so that the LRSP subsidy could follow the person if or when their needs changed over time. This is similar to any federally subsidized housing choice voucher, which is portable. We combine the LRSP subsidy with intensive wraparound support services billed to Medicaid through our DBH certified assertive community treatment teams or through a case management contract with DHS. This combination of permanent housing and supportive services has been incredibly successful in helping people recover their lives. Unfortunately, there are several major flaws in this contract that we urge Council to help us rectify. First, there's been no increase in the contract in 13 years. This has negatively impacted our ability to help district residents move out of homelessness. Our original proposal to DCHA was to serve 180 single adults. Several years ago, the LRSP program increased the fair market rent space of neighborhoods, which has allowed our clients to have more choice in where they live. It's a wonderful thing, and we now have LRSP clients living in all 8 wards of the city. But because our contract has not increased to align with the increase in allowable rents, we have had to reduce the number of people served from 180 to 137 annually. This also forces us to limit the ability of people to move to new units that exceed their current rents. This is not aligned with federal fair housing guidelines and furthering fair housing and giving people choice, which is a core component of our Housing First model in our intentional design and making this a scattered site program. We're also unable to make any increases to landlords who've been incredible partners. Landlords struggle to understand the distinction between a sponsor-based LRSP program and other federally funded programs, which allow requests to increase in some years. Second, Pathways has been administering this contract for 13 years without funds to offset the overhead expenses incurred in managing such a complex program. The contract must be increased so that DCHA can include an administrative rate for sponsor-based LRSP contractors using the rental dollars for scattered site housing. Admin costs are allowed by HUD's federal permanent supportive housing contracts. And in fact, this is the only program in our $17 million budget that does not allow for any admin expenses. We have to raise $225,000 each year private funds just to manage our LRSP program, and that's not sustainable. Third, there are significant delays in the processing of LRSP applications, both in our sponsor-based contract and the DHS LRSP contract, where we are one of their PSH providers. We're encountering significant delays in processing these applications, which in turn means that people remain homeless weeks, if not months longer than they need to. We know that it's possible to reduce the application processing time, but one solution would be to move administration of it to DHS. Rapid eligibility determination should work for all subsidy holders. So I'm hopeful that the Housing Authority is focused on reducing processing time to 30 days or less. Finally, we're concerned that there may be significant funds left unspent each year in the DHS LRSP budget due to inefficiencies outside their control in the Housing Authority's application process. When these funds are swept into the general DC Housing Authority Fund, we are doing an incredible disservice to our neighbors experiencing homelessness who are in imminent need of safe housing. We should be ensuring that these LRSP funds are used for their original intent and not swept to fill gaps in other underfunded programs that are also critical to DC residents. So I just want to end by thanking you for your committee and your commitment to this fight to ensure that every district resident has the dignity of a home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think before we move forward, I tried to do the other session where hear everyone and then come back. But I think in all fairness, based on the various elements that you raised, as you call the flaws in the process, I just want to make sure I understand. You said there's been no increase in the contract. What does that mean?
So we often talk in housing about number of vouchers, right? But the LRSP contract that is between the Housing Authority and the sponsor-based agencies such as Pathways or Community of Hope or others is a dollar amount. It's a finite dollar amount. So we had to propose back in 2007-8 to serve a certain number of people. But at the time, rents were $1,000 on average every month. Now our rents are averaging $1,900 because in some neighborhoods, the subsidy will pay up to $2,400, which is wonderful. But that means that we have to reduce the program and serve fewer people to maintain, to stay within that contracted dollar amount. That's what that, so it's a little bit different than the DHS, right? Who is managing to a different kind of budget.
Yeah, that was the piece that was missing from, my understanding. I know that the local rent supplement program is mirrored after the federal program. And I know that HUD has given us authority to go to a much higher level. So I was trying to understand where there may, so you actually assign a contract with the authority for a very specific amount. And
yes.
I got it. Okay.
Yes, and it was a 15-year contract. So we're coming up 2 years, it will expire. So there's a lot of work that LRSP providers are going to be doing to ensure that contract continuity of care for the people that we serve. It's been incredibly successful, right? And it's actually a great investment because what we're bringing to the table is hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal match with our Medicaid services, right? So it's a win-win for the city to subsidize the rent locally, and then we've got these other matches in service delivery.
So do you think, given the health pandemic, that this would be a good time to maybe amend the contract?
We would love that. We would absolutely love that. Ideally, I would love to get it back up to serving the original amount of people that we promised the district, but minimally just maintaining the current people that we have, which we won't be able to do, if some kind of contract amendment is not made. We have been told by the Housing Authority in this conversation over the last, it's been about a year since we spoke to them, that they don't have additional funds to increase contracts, but I would ask and for us to get creative and look at some of the other unspent LRSP funds that might be part of other budgets that are now being swept into the general budget. So I think there's creative ways that we could deal with this.
Well, let me say I'm totally unaware of any unspent that are part of other programs that have been swept into something else.
Yeah, so my understanding is DHS. Yeah, so the DHS.
Base, okay.
Yeah.
And the project base is designed to flow along with the assignment for the various housing programs. And then there is the tenant-based dollars,
yes,
which I think is what you're speaking of.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the idea of having a contract amendment would work to satisfy that concern.
Yes, and the difference with a tenant-based versus a sponsor-based is that we act as a pass-through for the rent dollars. So under the tenant-based contracts, the Housing Authority pays the landlord directly. Under sponsor-based, they send us the rent every month, then we turn around and pay it to the landlords. So it's a slight difference,
So
but it operates the
case?
same.
Why is that the case? Why would we have two types of ways to get the resources to cover the rent for people who need housing?
I'm not sure why the decision made. I think it might have been because this was a first, and I was at that table. I remember back in 2007 and 8 when we were advocating for this to be operated like a federal program, but not 100%, right? It's local money. So for example, we don't need to prove residency like US. So I think at the time, and I could be wrong, I asked others who have the history here that it was a creative solution in looking at how do we spend local dollars, right? Which was different at the time. This was a new and very large investment by the district, and it's been so successful. I think it's just time to look at the contracts again. We're actually happy to act as a pass-through. It's just challenging to do that without an administrative or any kind of overhead to pay for all the finance time, the bank fee, all of it, everything that goes into managing a project of this scale well, which I have to say we do, we manage it well.
Yes, I guess I'm a little concerned because it's my understanding that the local rent supplement program that we have, the monies that are allocated by the council are directly related to the cost of the actual rent. And so I don't believe that we are transmitting any overhead. And so
Well, actually, DHS does pay overhead to the Housing Authority to administer their local
okay,
rent
so it
supplement
comes
program.
from the agencies. Got you. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Because I know otherwise there isn't any. Okay.
Right.
And so when the Human Services Department transmits the overhead, you're suggesting or you think that that whole overhead is pulled by the authority into other programs, or?
No, what I'm just suggesting is that I know because there's turnover and there's delays and getting people's vouchers processed in a timely way, that there's always unspent
You
housing
think it's some
dollars.
pennies on the table. Gotcha.
Yes, yes, to just look creatively at like, how do we make sure that those stay within the LRSP intent, right? Or some portion of those. That's what I'm asking. And it's anytime there's a housing program like this with scattered site, there's turnover, of course, or delays, or people are looking for an apartment. So it might be, a few months that it takes for someone to move in. So while you might budget on a full year being 100% with no vacancies, there's always some turnover and vacancies in these programs.
I got you. Okay. I'm going to look at this 100%. And you said, of course, the time frame for processing these contracts, because that's what they ultimately are. I've already spoken to the authority about this time frame, and they walked me through the requirements. And I'm not sure that they can reduce it less than 30 days. Well, I'm not sure. I'm just saying I'm not sure. Perhaps you are, but I'm not sure. But what I did see is that there are processes that they must do. They must do the inspection. They must make sure that the housing is suitable for habitat.
Sure.
Then afterwards, if a tenant gets there and complains about a issue with the dwelling, then they have to go back and inspect before the landlord actually is going to get a payment, is the point I'm making. And it sometimes is very difficult. We don't always, now we're doing, what is it, inspections, virtual inspections?
Yes, we are so grateful for that transition. It actually is working very well from our end.
Okay, when you say from your end, but what about the tenants? Are the
From the
tenants
tenants end? Yeah, it's actually speeded up the process.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yes. And I'm happy to take a meeting to go more into detail here. Absolutely. I do know that with our HUD funded programs where we do eligibility and we inspect the unit, we could move someone in under 5 days, right? And that's a scale issue. So it is possible. We would be so happy with 30 days. We're averaging up to 6 months, not 30 days.
All right,
So
and let's
do
that. Please, let's do
Absolutely.
that. And also let's look at what it would take for, if anything, for the program that we currently have that's run through the authority being transferred to another entity, and we still maintain quality.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and I'll reach out to your team to schedule a meeting.
All right. Thank you so
Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to our other witnesses on this panel for allowing me that moment to speak with on this important subject. Our next witness is
Jean Stewart.
All right, Ms. Stewart is here. Okay. Ms. Stewart?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and committee staff. Thank you for having this opportunity again to testify as I did last year. Good to see you again, Ms. Bonds.
You too, Ms. Stewart.
And I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest environmental advocacy group. We have 3,000 dues-paying members in DC. Again, thank you for this opportunity. The Sierra Club supports public housing. Our top priority is combating climate change with a strong emphasis on environmental justice because of the disparate effects climate change is already having on the disadvantaged. The Sierra Club has made affordable housing a core environmental and racial justice element of its campaign to stop climate change. Lack of affordable housing hurts the resilience of the district's lower income communities when longtime residents are displaced. Community resilience is necessary to address the effects of climate disasters already upon us, including in taking steps to mitigate them. The Sierra Club has also taken a strong position in the district demanding the rapid phasing out of methane gas to meet zero carbon goals. Transitioning from methane gas is also sorely needed because of its health effects, especially in poorer communities with older equipment and a lack of venting. With this in mind, we urge the members of this committee to make certain that the building and creation of new and the renovation of existing public housing be made a top priority and include the requirement that existing tenants not be permanently displaced. We also urge a substantial increase in the stock of affordable housing units in all wards, with an emphasis on deep affordability, and that new units are built before existing homes are vacated so that those residents are not waiting for years for their housing. We also strongly recommend that DCHA ensure that any homes that are demolished replaced family-sized units with the same sizes during redevelopment. Failure to do so will contribute to the permanent displacement of large numbers of the district's limited income Black and other minority families. To meaningfully address poverty and racial inequality in the district, we must invest in the issue areas that are prioritized in the Fair Budget Coalition's priorities and recommendations, including the recommendations for public housing and maintenance. The Sierra Club is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition. The Sierra Club supports a quick transition away from methane gas in public and affordable housing. As I've testified previously, the Sierra Club strongly recommends that new and renovated buildings be highly energy efficient and all electric. Piping gas into these buildings adds to the climate crisis and to indoor air pollution. Frack gas is largely methane, a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. All electric buildings are a necessary step to meet the district's zero carbon goals. Research shows that gas appliances also cause considerable unhealthy indoor pollution. Gas gives off pollutants, especially nitrogen dioxide, when burned. A large body of evidence shows that nitrogen dioxide exposure results in increased respiratory symptoms like asthma. Long-term exposure can increase the risk of diabetes, cancer, and premature mortality. Since many low-income residents already have serious health problems like asthma and heart disease, it is especially important that all new public housing units be all electric. The Sierra Club also supports studies on the prevalence of lead and mold in public housing, along with mitigation efforts. And we're seeking information on lead and mold in DCHA housing and DCHA policies regarding units with these hazards. And we've included in our written testimony a detailed list of questions that we request the committee's assistance in getting responses to these questions. And there's a link in the written testimony to the Fair Budget Committee's policies. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this committee, and I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I actually have it, you see?
Oh.
All right, okay. So I have it here and I'll look at this, Ms. Stewart, and then I'll know exactly what you're concerned about.
Wonderful.
Yes, this is your Fair Budget Coalition document, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Judy Esty. Is Esty, are you still able to testify? You said you have to go at 1.
I do, but I'm going to talk real fast. And luckily, this is also in alignment with fair budget. So, Councilmember Bonds, you can just open that right back up and read along with me, and that'll save us a lot of time. Good morning, actually, good afternoon. My name is Judy Esty, and I'm the Vice President of the Platform of Hope. We are a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that works with cohorts of economically vulnerable families of color to define and pursue their goals and our vision, along with our strategic alliance partners, Mary Center, Jubilee Housing, Jubilee Jumpstart, and Satara Arts Center, is to center the voices of families so that we can build an equitable neighborhood and eventually equitable DC. We are a proud member of Fair Budget Coalition, as I just mentioned. So the report that you have in front of you, Councilmember Bonds, has a lot of numbers in it. And rather than reading them, I'm just going to quickly say that we are in solidarity with their recommendations to end family and chronic homelessness, with investments in permanent supportive housing for families and for individuals, as well as targeted affordable housing and LRSP tenant vouchers. We are also in alignment with their suggestion for a recurring $60 million investment in public housing over 10 years. Right now, the investment is $15 million. And I think, as we've heard from witnesses today, public housing is not sufficient. It's not providing sufficient living conditions for our families, and they deserve better. So an increase to $60 million a year, and then a continual investment over the next 10 years. The other thing is to increase the production of truly affordable housing for 0 to 30% AMI households, which would include $52 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund, specifically for 0 to 30% AMI projects, and $5 million for project-based LRSP. You were just mentioning the differences between the two. I think they're actually both important in filling the gap for what families and affordable housing developers need. We are in alignment with these priorities because they are trying to close disparities for Black and Brown families in our city. And these families have been bearing the brunt of the social, economic, health, and educational impact of COVID-19. Existing disparities are being cracked open. And even in the recovery, we are seeing schools, jobs, vaccines, housing, and more going to white, affluent populations, while BIPOC communities are left behind. I'm here today to remind DC officials that this recovery from COVID is truly a tale of two cities. It's been difficult for everyone. Yes, that's true. But there are households like mine where we've worked from home, we've gotten paychecks, we've received healthcare, we've received services, we've received 2 stimulus payments, and now we're trying to go back to life as normal. Then there are households in DC that have received none of those things. And as we know, the disparity here falls along racial and economic lines. For example, with the Platform of Hope families, 69% had lost their job or were working less. 85% lost some or all of their income. 36% lacked access to household internet. 51% needed a computer. And 38% were worried about paying their rent. This was statistics taken back last summer. To add insult to injury, 58% were not eligible for unemployment insurance or the federal stimulus. Some of them have received $1,000 from Events DC last year, and that's been it in terms of public assistance. We have more families than ever on the brink. We have more people than ever who are struggling to get through. It behooves the city to recognize that the time for increased investment is now. It is an emergency. It's a pandemic. This waffling on increasing investment in things that we know we need is astounding to me. With additional federal dollars in the budget and more hopeful financial projections than before, I strongly urge the DC Council to do the right thing here, end the disparities and make the investment. And because I do have to lead a meeting 1 minute ago, I will have to go, but I hope you will check out the Fair Budget Coalition's recommendations, and I will leave my contact information. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions at a follow-up session. Thank you so much for your time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for your testimony. And our next witness?
Our next witness is Deborah Frazier. Ms. Frazier, since you're on the phone, if you could press *6 to unmute, we will be able to hear you. Ms. Frazier, it looks like you're unmuted, so you can begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Ms. Frazier? We still can't hear you.
Okay.
Now we got
Hooray,
you.
star 6. Am I
We got
here?
you. Yes, we hear you.
Yay! So this is a nod to the need for technology for our underserved individuals. Hi, I'm Deborah Frazier. I am a housing activist and I represent Arthur Caper Carlsberg in Ward 6 of DC. I have 20 years experience as a DC housing client, first in public housing and first with Housing Choice Voucher. My community is legendary. Arthur Caper Carlsberg was a victim of the Hope 6 program in 1999, where 707 ACC units, 2,500 residents were displaced and relocated. As of this moment, of those 707 unit housing authority has yet to replace and return 240 units. Our latest update is that it will be 2 more years before they even go into the ground to build those units. This is a prime example of DCHA's ineffective, capricious, and haphazard approach to development and regulation. The Housing Authority obviously lacks the staff and the capacity to do this task. Our community has watched with interest and engaged others as the Housing Authority attempts to do redevelopment and relocation over the past years. They have not improved at all. They haven't improved at all. So from Greenleaf to Park Morton to all the other properties, residents are receiving bad information or no information and being told that a redevelopment is going to happen, and it hasn't happened. At each and every Board of Commissioners meeting, year after year after year, residents come to ask, what is the status of our relocation and redevelopment? They get nebulous answers. We're working on it. It's in process. We'll come back later. Ms. Barnes, I reflect and appreciate you historically for the efforts that you have done over the years as Arthur Caper residents fight for their issues around public house. Other committee members, I don't know if there are any other city council members who've been here in this process. This thing makes me emotional, because why are we still talking about oversight and accountability? Okay, so the anxiety that's produced by residents in residence around when am I going to move? When am I going to be back? What's the redevelopment? When am I going to come back? Do I have a guaranteed right of return? What does that mean? Creating health problems that other agencies have mentioned, high blood pressure, heart disease, asthma, and we on our property had 3 or 4 residents die because of lack of community engagement, lack of interest, and before the redevelopment was finished. In summary, I suggest and urge this oversight committee to be more active, to be more engaged, and to be hands-on. As you will note from other of the witnesses that were here, the suggestions seem apparent, and they include: 1, timelines should be placed and monitored for demolition, relocation, and reentry at each and every redevelopment site. Indeed, this council has asked this of Housing Authority over at least 1 hearing, if not 2. Has Housing Authority responded to you? Because you asked Ms. Barnes with a detailed list of where development is, phase by phase, property by property. You mentioned the property is being done now. And that's great. And that's one property. Tyler House, I think you mentioned that's one property out of 30. And out of 14 that are already on the demo dispo list. Second, repairs should be ongoing. And progress on repairs should be monitored according to HQS standards. Properties and units are deteriorating while residents await a plan, a shovels in the ground. We're going to talk to this person or development to that person. People's properties are deteriorating. It cannot continue. We can create timelines for this to happen. How many units are in disrepair? They reported one time how many units they had and what their repair was going to be. What's the schedule? Are they really repairing units? And then are they repairing units on properties that are going to be displaced? We urge you to do better. We note, again, 20 years later, they have not returned 240 of 707 units. 3 directors later, 20 years later, the residents are still waiting. They clearly don't have the capacity or the ability to do this test. What you can help facilitate with Oversight Committee is to tie money to timelines. Someone said, oh, how do we do this? How do we hold them accountable? Tie money to timelines like a bit. You were supposed to repair this many properties by Tuesday. It's Wednesday. You don't get your money. Some really practical kinds of things to tie that. Please don't let what happened to capers over the last 20 years be the story of the remaining residents in DC. I didn't know if you'll be supposed to end. Do something, do better, hold them accountable, and note that according to the United Nations and the U.S. was a signatory, housing is a human right. We don't deserve the conditions we're living in. We don't deserve an ineffective agency. You can do something. Please do something. Help, help, help. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier, for your testimony. And we are doing something, but obviously not enough. So I appreciate hearing always. Thank you so much. Our next witness.
Our next witness is Farah Fossey from Empower DC.
Hello. Hi, my name is Farah Fossey, and I'm here to testify about the work of DCHA at public housing properties in 2020. I hope that you all, like me, will just do whatever Ms. Deborah Frazier tells you to, but I'll also add a little bit to what she just said. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I work as an organizer with Empower DC. I'm also a consultant on a national project that's looking at tenant engagement in the RAD process, which, as you know, is the program that DCHA is exploring to bring needed financing and renovations to public housing. Through my work with Empower over the winter, I distributed PPE to public housing residents at Woodland Terrace, Benning Terrace, Montana Terrace, Langston Terrace, Greenleaf, Highland, and James Creek. With the exception of Highland, what I heard and saw was really disappointing, to put it mildly. These properties are in terrible disrepair. At Woodland and Benning, it appears that fully 1/3 of the townhouses and nearly as many of the apartments have been closed. Langston, Greenleaf, and James Creek all have significant vacancies. Despite DC's affordable housing and homelessness crisis during a pandemic, thousands of federally subsidized units currently sit vacant, while thousands more that are fully occupied languish in disrepair. I know this situation is nothing new, but the current extent is truly notable and shocking. And I really encourage you to visit these properties, particularly Woodland and Benning Terrace. Just standing on the sidewalk, you can see windows are missing. Nearly all the doors for the apartments at Benning are either missing or there's just like a frame. There's no glass, there's no locks, I literally can just walk through the frame. You'll see that many of the doors have huge locks and chains, and just the general disrepair of the properties is really tragic. A year and a half ago, we know that DCHA visited these properties to tell the residents no more Band-Aids and modernization is coming. Unfortunately, they only kept half their promise, no more Band-Aids. Just no more repairs in general is what it looks like. They told residents you don't have to move, but get ready. And then they just ghosted 6,000 families. They didn't return, they didn't follow up, and it's not acceptable. As I mentioned, I'm working on a national project around tenant engagement in RAD. DCHA is not on the map for best practices. They're not even on the map for offering basic dignity to public housing residents. All low-income DC residents have been impacted by gentrification and displacement. We just heard from Ms. Deborah about that. But whether you personally experienced it, it's something you see daily, right? We see family, neighbors being pushed out. For public housing residents, it's even more extreme. We see public housing redevelopments that end at relocation. That is called displacement. Residents are starting from a very legitimate place of distrust, of fear, and of trauma. I want to mention there's no reason why these renovations would take 20 years to start or to end. They should take about a few years. There's cities around the country just as big or bigger than DC that are doing this and have done this successfully. DCHA can and must start by fixing apartments where people live and the vacant units to bring the residents back. There's no reason that people need to be displaced from their communities for the redevelopment. These properties have enough vacancies and land that people could be moved checkerboard style to the vacant units. That's what San Francisco did. Or they could build first. Any other solution is just for DCHA's convenience and doesn't meet the needs of the residents who are living in these unconscionable and clearly illegal situations. I understand there's huge challenges, not the least among them is it's expensive in DC. And part of solving that is real oversight, is eliminating nepotism and cronyism. DC needs to maximize the value of their properties like their headquarters, which they didn't do, not maximize the profits for their friends and development companies. But fundamentally, the issue of expensiveness is a two-sided coin. Housing costs here are more expensive and the city has more money because of that. That money has to be reinvested. We need more local funding. You know, we're asking for at least 60 million. And as Ms. Deborah just said, that has to be tied to strong oversight to renovate public housing. The only way this is going to be really successful is through strong community redevelopment process by engaging residents who are the true experts on their community's strengths and needs to make decisions and work to save public housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Our next witness will be Carissa Span.
All right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Bonds and council staff.
Good afternoon.
I'm Carissa Span, an advisory board member of SMOA, which is the Small Multifamily Owners Association, and the board chair for the DC Housing Providers Association. We represent the voices of thousands of predominantly small housing providers who partner with the DC Housing Authority in their goal to provide much needed low-income housing in the district. Housing providers are an integral part of the partnership, and we simply want to be treated as such. We are testifying today to ensure that our constituencies' voices are heard loud and strong. We have identified 3 main areas that we need for DCHA to improve on behalf of the participating housing providers. The first is that the holding housing program participants accountable and enforce the participants' voucher contract. Just as housing providers are under contract and held accountable to the terms of the contract, so too are program participants. However, time after time, we see participants who are clearly in breach of certain terms of their voucher contract, and they go without repercussion. Specifically, when tenants emphatically deny housing providers in their homes to make needed repairs, it puts the renters at risk of residing in a property that doesn't meet federal standards and city housing code regulations. Worse, landlords are financially penalized for not making repairs. We need DCHA to strictly enforce the terms of the participants' voucher contract with the program. If there's a breach, then they need to clearly communicate to the participant that their actions can and will lead to losing their program voucher and stick to it. They need to be held accountable to the same extent that housing providers are held accountable. The second point is that inspections. Despite some bad apples, we know that majority of housing providers are good, caring professionals who do provide tenants with clean, safe spaces to call home. However, a number of providers have reported that DCHA inspectors cite them for minor issues that have led to a loss of HAP payments, termination of the HAP contract, or rent increases. We propose that they assign inspection department administrators to work with housing providers to develop a system that will support these housing providers rather than punish them. In other words, let's work together to ensure that the punishment fits the crime rather than treating minor issues in the same manner as major threats to tenants' health and safety. This simply creates animosity in current providers and barriers for new housing providers wishing to or considering partner with the DCHA. And the third point is communication. We all recognize that with COVID-19 that DCHA staffers are working from home. However, we have received an exorbitant number of complaints from our constituency about the inability to reach DCHA staffers, whether it relates to trying to lease up new tenants or to assist with issues concerning current tenants. The overall consensus is that it's very difficult to receive responses from the DCHA. Oftentimes, it is only after escalation that one is able to get a timely response. Partnerships are very difficult to maintain when there's lack of communication. Many other DC agencies employ a return call in 24 hours or the next business day model. We ask that DCHA create a response time protocol that their staff must adhere to. Overall, we recognize that the programs that DC Housing Authority oversees are integral to the mayor's call for more affordable housing in the district. And we'd like to see DCHA create an environment where tenants and housing providers alike can fully enjoy the benefits. We suggest additional oversight hearings on the agency. Thank you for allowing me to share my testimony today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The issues that you raised, in particular, this communication issue, this is I think the fifth time we heard it today. So we know it's very glaring. And when the agency appears before the committee, I want all of the witnesses to know that we will definitely drill down on that. That is unexcusable.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
For heightening it again. Thank you. Do we have other witnesses at this time?
Yes. Not for this panel, Councilmember. Okay. I've been promoting.
So this concludes this panel. All right, thank you.
We're just promoting and demoting folks right now. So just 1 second and I'll announce your next panel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next panel will include Tangelia Hicks, a public witness, Annika Davis, who I don't see with us right now, is a public witness, Freddie Winston, also not with us, from FNL Construction, Shayna Potter, who is a Greenleaf resident and is on right now, Patricia Baker, a Park Morton resident, who I do not see with us, and Melissa Miller, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Community of Hope. So I think we should begin with Tangelia Hicks, and then as the others join, I will add them to this panel.
All right, thank you very much. So Ms. Hicks, we will begin when you're ready.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Councilmember Ms. Barnes and committee. Let me put you up here. Can you hear me good?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tangela Hicks. I am a Ward 8 resident and member of Legal Aid Society of DC's Community Advisory Council. I am a housing choice voucher holder and I have a 3-bedroom voucher. I live with my 2 children, ages 14 and 12. I am testifying today about two issues. My first issue is that DCHA is not paying its portion of my rent. My second issue is that I need to relocate to the Brooklyn neighborhood in Northeast DC. I am having trouble finding a 3-bedroom townhouse in Brooklyn with my housing choice voucher. Currently, it is hard for me to relocate my voucher because it states in my rental history that I owe $16,213 to my rental management. The $16,213 that is owed to my rental management is DCHA's portion of my rent. I emailed Tyrone Garrett about the issue as well. After emailing Mr. Garrett, I was contacted by my new recertification case manager, Tammy Thomas, and was informed that DCHA system showed that the rent was paid and that my rental office does not understand the new portal. My rental office states otherwise. My rental office said that they do know how to use the new portal system, and the issue is that DCHA has not paid my rental office its portion of my rent. DCHA has not paid its portion of the rent for about 8 months. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have to go to court to get this straight, as I had to do that before. This is the second time that I've had issues with DCHA not paying its portion of my rent. Last year, I testified at this hearing about how DCHA canceled my voucher, did not pay my rent, even though I had been approved for an apartment. I had moved out of my apartment because DCHA refused to pay its portion of the rent. Me and my family became homeless because DCHA did not pay the portion. After I got legal help, my voucher was reinstated and I was able to find new housing. I cannot trust DCHA's word that my portion of rent is being paid, because last time they told me that they would not take any action or cancel my voucher, and still my voucher was still canceled. DCHA has not provided me with any proof that the payments was made to my landlord. I am asking that DCHA fix my rent situation before I am homeless again. Obtaining a housing voucher is one of the biggest dreams of DC residents, but once you get a voucher though, you cannot get things accomplished. You should not have to contact the executive director or get legal help just to get something done at DCHA. My 12-year-old son is autistic and has chronic asthma. My son has transferred from his current school, Garfield Academy in Southeast DC, to now Brooklyn Middle School in Northeast DC. Brooklyn Middle School has an excellent special educational program, and I'm looking to move closer to that location. My son he asked for a 3-bedroom townhouse, and that's what I'm searching for because I feel as though he deserved it. He went through a lot while we were homeless. Any and every place I applied, I cannot get because my rental balance from DCHA not paying this portion of my rent. After I apply, landlords also tell me that DCHA will not accept the lease up because DCHA will refuse to pay the rent amount, even if it's within the voucher payment standard. It's like I'm stuck with the voucher and I cannot use it unless I take it and leave DC. DCHA has not helped me with housing search assistance to help me relocate to Brooklyn. Without any help, it is hard for me to do this all on my own. I need hands-on assistance from DCHA to find a place. DCHA can offer more comprehensive housing search assistance to its participants, especially those who need larger units as I do, because it is hard to find a home on your own with a voucher. DCHA can help find me a new place to move into. I have documentations for all the problems that I have talked about today. If you would like for me to provide them to you, I can. DC has awesome schools and health programs for kids with special needs. I cannot leave DC at this time. My son needs the services that he's receiving from DC. As I am going through this myself, I also know other families that are going through this same thing that I'm going through. These are also families that I advocate for. These families do not have the opportunity to speak to you today. And so I'm also asking to speak for these families as well. I am asking for relocation and fixing my rent situation, please. And thank you before my family gets homeless again.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If we were at the Wilson Building with this hearing, customarily we would have representatives from the Housing Authority in the audience. Since we're doing this virtually, I'm asking that you trust us in my office to get busy on this and see if we can't untangle what's going on immediately. And then as an advocate, you can tell us about some of the other families if we're able to get your situation resolved, okay?
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is?
Is Shayna Potter.
Okay, Ms. Potter, okay.
Hello, everyone.
How are
Good
you?
day. I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good. Nice to see you.
You too. Good day, council members and staff. My name is Shayna Potter, and I am an entrepreneur, an Empower DC activist, and a resident of Greenleaf Senior Building in Southwest Waterfront, Washington, DC. I moved to the Greenleaf community with my mom 8 years ago. My mom was a senior and just passed away in May, right before Mother's Day, on the same morning that I gave my Section 3 business presentation. She died due to respiratory issues, among other complications. My mom didn't use oxygen prior to living in this building. It's also been confirmed that several tenants didn't suffer from respiratory issues until moving into 1200 Delaware Avenue Southwest. Aside from the poor maintenance, mold, mildew, rodents, and insects affecting the quality of breathing air, the vents haven't properly been cleaned in over 20 years. This fact has been confirmed by tenants living in the building for 20 years prior to my 8 years. Excuse me. Several tenants under senior age have passed away or passed on due to sudden respiratory complications, clearly built up over time unknowingly to the victim. The vents were cleaned 2 weeks ago, quote unquote clean 2 weeks ago, by running a vacuum brush across the vents bars, but not by removing the vents cages. They clean nothing that way. There is visible mold on and around my vents. This was reported a few years ago, and when I first noticed it, maintenance wiped the vents with a warm rag and promised to come back and treat it the next day, and that day hasn't come yet. This comes to no surprise to me, since it was also confirmed that by a very trustworthy maintenance worker that shortly after my moving in on 12/12/2012, my apartment was never inspected prior to moving in. This would explain the random need for major This would explain the random need for major repairs in my unit. A random need for major repairs in my unit. These environmental hazards are unacceptable. How do we thrive in circumstances that are detrimental to our physical and mental health? The community's well-being should always be considered first and foremost. We are aware, we are awake and empowered to take action, but where do we start? I'm not a senior, so I won't die out. So what are you going to do for me now? This concludes my testimony. Thank you. Questions, answers, and comments, please.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we heard earlier from Ms. Brown about the vents. You have really given us more explanation as to what the systems are and what has been the history of cleaning or not cleaning the vents. And so as I made a commitment to Ms. Brown, I make it to you as well. We will get right on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
You are quite welcome. Our next witness.
Our next witness is Melissa Miller.
I'm sorry, it's who?
Melissa Miller.
Okay, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and member and staff of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. I'm Melissa Miller, Director of Policy and Advocacy at Community of Hope. We're a federally qualified health center and homeless services provider. Thank you for the opportunity today to discuss the District of Columbia Housing Authority. COH provides prevention, short-term family housing, and permanent housing services for families in permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing. In 2020, we served 1,142 unique families in our homeless services program, consisting of 3,654 people served. The local rent supplement program serves low-income residents by supporting the creation of affordable housing through the district's Housing Production Trust Fund. And it provides direct rental assistance matched with services for many low-income district residents. Providers seek solutions to a few areas of LRSP, including to longstanding sponsor-based scattered site LRSP and project or site-based LRSP. In 2008, first round of LRSP, Community of Hope received an award of vouchers as a sponsor-based scattered site program. These slots were deemed scattered site PSH with intensive supportive services funding coming from the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness, or TCP. Program families are highly vulnerable, experiencing homelessness, and referred through the DC's CAP system. In 13 years, total contract funding has not increased, meaning instead of serving 13 families, funding serves now only 11 families. Flat funding makes it impossible to serve 2 additional families and results in limiting our clients' choice for relocation. Funding levels fail to cover rent in many parts of the district, particularly if the family needs a multi-bedroom unit. This runs counter to federal policy to affirmatively further fair housing and support client choice regarding their housing and its location. The district should ensure participants access to housing in all parts of the city by increasing funding. Additionally, the district needs to fund administrative costs and address program timelines. Community of Hope's administration of the program has never been accompanied by funding for associated administrative costs. Further, the LRSP contracts were designed to end in 2023. The district must secure increased funding for clients and providers to ensure program stability in the long term. To this end, Community of Hope requests the council to develop legislation that allows for cost of living rent increases, as well as ensuring provider administrative costs are part of the LRSP contracts moving forward, consistent with recently enacted legislation on indirect costs, which I have a little bit more at the end of the testimony. Client housing applications for project and site-based PSH go directly to DCHA, often remaining there for months. Community of Hope has applications still under review, submitted in February and June of 2020. I have an appendix at the end of various client cases. Staff remain unaware of their client's application status until a decision is made, as there is neither proactive agency communication nor urgency to respond to providers' calls and emails. This status quo was recently described at a hearing as, quote, a nightmare, unquote. Though there are concerted efforts at DCHA and DHS to liaise and problem solve, more remains to be done. As one of our program staff noted, quote, I would settle for contacts and transparency, unquote. Then, after application delays, DCHA requests new copies of documents, requests that have had adverse consequences to clients unable to meet DCHA's deadline. A system that includes or requires regular and responsive communication would eliminate delays in review and the need to resubmit out-of-date documentation. Waiting months for unit approval negatively impacts clients and potential landlords, as units they expect to live in or rent to our clients remain vacant for longer than planned or expected. Site-based program delays may mean newly built units remain vacant for months as providers try to communicate with non-responsive partners. Providers have difficulty getting HAP contracts, as well as knowing with whom to connect about concerns. We must ensure that we're protecting our clients and the landlords with whom we work and seek to work in order for the district's housing programs to continue at pace. Finally, given COVID-19, clients finding acceptable units is more challenging. They may not be able to visit the property in person, and landlords may show clients model units, not the unit in which the client would live. And after choosing a unit, there are long waits for unit inspections. And the inspection and rental payment delays harm clients and participating landlords. We experienced payment delays from DCHA to landlords, leading TCP to approve us to issue first month's rent and security deposits for clients transitioning out of rapid rehousing. Additionally, PSH providers report some landlords are not accepting PSH letters of intent regarding program funding, a DC source of income violation, and others are requiring security deposits at lease signing, which is not how the program is designed. And these challenges predate COVID, but are magnified by the personnel, logistical, and financial impacts of the pandemic. And we realize the ICH is working on these problems. However, we too regularly see these process breakdowns that have real life consequences to clients. Like I said, there's a few additional information in the testimony I submitted, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. You provided us with, I believe, 8 different areas of concern, and I appreciate it. Yes, I've heard some of them from previous witnesses, but I want to make sure that I understand. I think you mentioned that there's an issue with clients that are available to take a unit, but the unit is maybe a new unit and the landlord doesn't know that there are clients that are available. Did you say that?
Yeah, so we work with some developers through housing production trust funds, so that we would be the provider providing services for those clients. And we have been waiting for months for some of our clients to move into some of those units, whether it's delays at DCHA or even sometimes the properties that we're working with may be doing things that they're really not supposed to with return, like looking at credit checks or background checks and filtering out clients that are coming through the CAP system and they should be allowed to move into those units. So it's really a variety of different delays, but it is really frustrating that in some cases, brand new units, no one has ever lived in them, and our clients want to move in, landlords want people in them, and it's just not happening.
So, Ms. Miller, so that we don't prolong this, because I'm looking at the time, we were scheduled to end at noon and we're now going into 2. Would you meet with us, please?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I will get in touch with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Gilma Marino. She's on the phone, so Ms. Marino, if you could press *6, you'll be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and member of the committee. My name is Gilma Marino, and I live in Jubilee Housing for 23 years. I'm legally blind, Councilmember Bonds, but I have my child here who can help me to read my testimony. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Gil Marino. I'm a resident of the Fuller Street building at Jubilee Housing for the past 23 years. I'm here to speak about my life and the positive impact the local rent supplement program, which has had in my life, which is an essential tool to providing housing to very low-income residents such as myself. I'm very proud and happy to be a part of Jubilee Housing's community because my fellow residents are so nice and welcoming to both me and my children. Because of the rent supplement, my life has been stable, full of joy, and has positively changed forever. I've been able to get an education, be a mom, and become a leader in my community. Most importantly, I've been able to grow and become a better person for myself and my children. I want to share with you a little bit more about myself and my family. I'm a mom of 3, and I'm legally blind. Despite this challenge, I am proud to be able to say that my oldest son is going to graduate from high school and will be attending college, which is a dream come true for me. I was able to do this because Jubilee Housing has been by my side, providing my family affordable housing and essential services. I'm so thankful that my son has a bedroom to do homework and a comfortable home to grow up in, which allowed him to be a successful student beyond our home. We are located in a neighborhood with quality schools, grocery stores, transportation, and nearby support. My children have also benefited from Jubilee's youth services programs and have learned to be humble because of the assistance we receive. If I didn't have the local rent supplement program, parenting and providing for my children would be a big challenge. I wouldn't be able to survive as a single mom with 3 kids while being blind because there are not many resources out there to assist me with the challenges that I face. But with the rent supplement, I've been able to reach my own personal goals without having to worry about struggling for basic shelter. The quality of my life that we are living now is great, and I never could have expected this after the struggles that I overcame. While growing up, I was a child. I had a rough life. I came from a family where my mother suffered from alcoholism and was never ever to find a stable place for us to live. She was abandoned by her husband and had difficulty with saving up money. We moved from place to place until my mother finally ended up on the street. She suffered from multiple strokes, which almost killed her. It is why I value where I'm at right now, because I promised myself I would never live that type of life or let my kids suffer. Now I have the stability and support to help my mother, and she is still alive and lives next to me in one of the Jubilee Housing buildings. Finally, I want to share that I am someone who is very full of faith, and I am proud to be a part of the Jubilee Housing community because I can clearly see all the blessings that have come with it. I am able to focus on the good things in my life, which are my kids, my education, my fellow neighbors who stand up for me and support my family. The local rent supplement program ensures that low-income residents and people in need have a place to live and can make a good life no matter what has happened to them before. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about my perspective as a beneficiary of a local rent supplement program.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony on behalf of your mom. And I wish you well. And if ever I can help in any way that you know of, let me know, okay? So feel free to be back in touch with us if there's something we can get done for you, okay?
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
That was the end of that panel. We will now move people in and out of the panelist room.
All right.
And then I'll let you know who's next.
Good afternoon, dear members of the Housing Committee and the esteemed staff. My name is Abby Volan, resident of Ward 1, and I am testifying today on behalf of Am I unmuted? Yeah. Which is a legal and consulting firm that helps residential communities with their pet issues with a focus on disability rights law, and Max Broad, resident of Ward 2 from DC Voters for Animals, which is an organization dedicated to lifting up policies doing the most for animals. We are here today as stakeholders to request that the DC Housing Authority revoke its no pets policy for low-income housing units, the majority of which are located in Wards 7 and 8, because we have had clients with pets in these units who have needed our services when being threatened with eviction if they failed to rehome their pets. Unsurprisingly, none were willing to provide their story, even anonymously, in support of this testimony. DCHA plays an integral role for some of the district's biggest humanitarian issues: poverty, affordable housing, and health outcomes, to name a few. We laud Mayor Bowser's and the DCHA's efforts to find homes and solutions for the district's most marginalized residents, and we encourage the council to press these initiatives to go further. A key and often overlooked constituency of DCHA housing is pets, which are currently banned in its units for low-income individuals. This is not a trivial or niche issue. It is a matter of public health. The importance of this issue has heightened during COVID, when an unprecedented number of families are acquiring pets, which serve as a crucial tool for battling isolation and easing the resulting mental health crisis. And housing stability is one of the most fundamental drivers of determining social determinants of health. With the percentage of families with pets consistent among nearly all income levels, increasing the amount of pet-friendly, low-income housing means greater access to stable and affordable housing, which improves individual health outcomes and sustains healthy communities. First, a brief history, and I won't go through this in too much detail. There's limited time, but you have it in my written testimony. Pursuant to federal law, public housing authorities are required to allow pets in both their housing for the elderly and individuals living with disabilities, as well as their low-income housing. DCHA has been involved in HUD's Moving to Work program, and under that program, they are allowed to have flexibility and create their own programs or ask for exemptions from others to have the most flexibility in designing and testing to meet the local housing needs more effectively. In its 2005 Moving to Work plan, DCHA requested and HUD granted permission to ban pets in all housing, except for pets already in building units, as well as service and assistance animals pursuant to disability rights laws. DCHA justified this policy based on public input and the realities of managing large subsidized rental communities. And this waiver remained in place until HUD sent a notice in February of 2016 rescinding this exemption. And as a result, DCHA changed its policy and now permits pets in housing for the elderly and disabled. However, the policy prohibiting pets in its housing for low-income individuals endures, with limited exceptions for compliance with disability rights laws. It is unclear why that policy survives when HUD rescinded the entire pet requirement waiver. FOIA requests and numerous emails submitted to DCHA and HUD have failed to produce either an explanation or a copy of HUD's letter with the waiver rescission. And the fact of the matter is that DCHA cannot keep animals out of its low-income housing. Indeed, many residents already house them despite the ban. Moreover, under district and federal disability rights laws, housing providers must allow individuals living with disability a reasonable accommodation, such as a service or assistance animal, to fully use and enjoy their dwellings. Unsurprisingly, wards 7 and 8, containing the bulk of DCHA housing for low-income individuals, also have the highest percentage of adults and children living with a disability, as well as the worst individual health outcomes in the district. With the increasingly expansive ways in which animals can alleviate health impairments and the broad definition of disability under fair housing laws, a higher percentage of individuals living in DCHA housing are eligible for a reasonable accommodation of a service or assistance animal than those living in other wards. DCHA is posed with the choice of keeping the status quo with little control over pets that residents house in their dwellings, whether through a reasonable accommodation or sneaking them in, or rescind the prohibition and implement policies that encourage transparency, compliance, and accountability. DC's assertion that the pet ban is in place because the system is too large to adequately manage pets ring hollow. The largest PHA in the housing, New York City Housing Authority, permits pets and serves 350,000 residents, in contrast to DCHA, which serves 9,800 residents. Accordingly, we're here today requesting that DCHA rescind its no pets policy for all housing units in compliance with federal law. We have experience implementing manageable policies, onboarding pets, and enforcing compliance. We would be happy to assist you in making this small policy change that will increase housing stability and improve individual health outcomes for thousands of district residents. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to speak here today and your continued work on increasing affordable housing issues in the district.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And this is an interest of the committee to make sure that, as you say, where we know that there is, or there are residents that defy the ban to try and bring everyone into conformance. So thank you very much. And we would be working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next.
So this panel will consist of Abby Bowen, who just testified, Eddie Bancius, a board member of the DC Center for the LGBT community, Dorothy Larimer, the VP of Property Management and Development at Jubilee Housing, Robert Warren, Director of the People for Fairness Coalition. We have Reginald Black on our list, but he's not in attendance right now. Mir Flippin, a public witness, Brittany Ruffin, the Affordable Housing Advocacy Attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, who is not with us right now. Kathy Henderson, a public witness. And we have been joined by Ms. Shanta Hai, who was scheduled to testify earlier. So would you like Ms. Shanta Hai to go right now, Councilmember?
Yes, let's make sure we get her in, and then we'll just move on down through our witness list. So Ms. Hai is up next.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Can you see me okay? I'm sorry, I just came from the dentist's office. I may be slurring a little bit because my mouth is numb. So,
oh my goodness. All right. Yes, we can see you and hear you. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Ms. Shanta Hai, the president of the council at Park Morton. And I'm having been a resident of Park Morton for 20 years and involved in the redevelopment battle since 2007, I've continuously heard the vacillating information that has been shared with over the course of the years. This Park Morton project has not seen a single promise fulfilled, yet families have been displaced throughout the coronavirus health pandemic, and DCHA has set its sights on other community properties to destroy. With the vast amounts of meetings attended by myself and my team, the countless testimonies we've given, the relentless tenacity that has been put forth to make a difference, it goes without saying that Park Morton and its community counterparts will be heard. Being the president hasn't been easy. When confronted with the issues of their malversations, DCHA tends to retaliate against the person or persons whom they deem menacious. I, as well as many of my residents, have come under fire for standing up in our beliefs in equity, self-sufficiency, home ownership, entrepreneurship, the right to thrive in our communities, and the right to hold responsible the parties who promised us safe housing for 14 years. We were aspersed, defiled, degraded, and treated as if we were menial at the least. DCHA has severed communications with me as the representation of our community, despite my developing the Park Morton Equity Plan. They make their decisions without the approval of the people or their representation. I'm only notified after I've inquired about certain information. I've had to fight every wrongdoing with my team with documentation to prove it. While I personally believe DCHA has already spent the money that is meant to redevelop this property, this is just another means to allow continued disrepair to push residents out. What DCHA has failed to understand is that they must work with us to make this transition easier for our lives, build stable, suitable, viable housing for us to rent and own, and improve our financial stability, thus greatly boosting our general well-being that makes for a better quality of life. This in turn will extend the lifespan of communities of color. Aren't our lives worth it? After all, Black homes, Black businesses, and Black lives matter, right? The constitutional 14th Amendment, Section 1 states, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdictions thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state within they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, end quote. In closing, Park Morton would like its due process of the law when it comes to our property. Councilmember Bonds, we are requesting a meeting with you to further discuss the Park Morton Equity Plan and its implementation. Okay, I'm wrapping up. We as a community have not been fairly heard or properly represented by DCHA, who claims that they want to see families move towards self-sufficiency, eradicate racial equality, and accrue prosperity. Support the Park Morton Equity Plan that has already begun to do so for its residents under my leadership, that has created 2 Section 3 for-profit businesses and 2 nonprofits at Park Morton. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And yes, let's make sure we get that meeting done soon. So Gabrielle, will you follow up, please? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Councilmember. Our next witness is Eddie Mancius.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eddie Mancius, and I serve on the board of directors at the DC Center for the LGBT Community. For those who are unfamiliar with the organization, the DC Center helps support the LGBTQ community in the district through direct services, support groups, and community events. We also partner with new and existing LGBTQ organizations across the city and execute grants on behalf of multiple DC government agencies, departments, and offices. I'm also here today representing the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition. This coalition is led by local LGBTQ+ providers and leaders, and the members of the coalition are representatives of LGBTQ+ and ally organizations who are committed to advocating for dedicated funding that supports LGBTQ+ residents in the district. With the impacts of COVID-19, there is more need than ever for culturally competent housing for LGBTQ+ Washingtonians. While there are some existing programs and organizations, more housing options specifically for LGBTQ+ folks are needed to meet the needs of the community. In particular, homelessness and housing instability among LGBTQ+ seniors is increasing in the district as the prospect of affordable housing looms out of the reach of residents with low, moderate, and fixed incomes. An AARP national survey found that respondents living in what they described as very unfriendly communities were 7 times more likely to report recent experiences with housing discrimination due to their identity. When asked if they were worried about having to hide their LGBTQ+ identity in order to have access to suitable housing options as they age, 34% of all LGBTQ+ survey respondents reported being at least somewhat worried, as did half of all transgender and gender expansive survey participants. LGBTQ+ elder housing and resource inequities are part of the systemic discrimination that continues to devalue seniors, especially seniors of color, and their lived experiences on a regular basis. People seem to understand the problem of youth LGBTQ+ homelessness and housing instability, but there is a great disparity in research and resources allocated to address the issues of housing instability among LGBTQ+ seniors. There are currently no shelters or transitional housing spaces designed for LGBTQ+ seniors in particular. Many just go back into the closet because it is too hard to handle growing old and being LGBTQ+ at the same time. With all this in mind, I'm here today advocating for an enhancement of $600,000 and delivery of 25 dedicated LGBTQ+ senior housing vouchers at $2,000 per voucher from the Department of Community and Housing Development. The continuation of 15 vouchers for LGBTQ+ seniors is a welcome respite, but it is a short-sighted remedy for the many seniors who have been in a general shelter for 6 months, have been couch surfing, or are living in an untenable situation. Thank you for the chance to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. As you probably know, this is an area that I've attempted to address since I've really been on the council. And although my 10 vouchers don't go very far, I hear today you're asking for, is this an additional 15 vouchers or just 15?
Additional, right, for a total of 25.
Okay, you're smart to say additional. I got it. Okay. Thank you very much for that testimony. I appreciate it. And look forward to doing more, particularly for our senior LGBTQ community. You're right, they've not really been where, many other aspects of our community have been. And it's sort of like a forgotten, issue. So let's see what we can do. Thank you very much for this testimony.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Our next witness is Dorothy Larimer.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Dorothy Lammer, and I'm the Vice President for Property Management and Development at Jubilee Housing. I would like to comment on a critical program managed by DCHA, the Local Rent Supplement Program, LSRP. For 46 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable apartment communities in the Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods of the city, while also providing supportive services to our residents. We have completed the development of 300 units of deeply affordable housing with services at a combined investment of over $100 million. Over the past 2 years, Jubilee Housing has acquired 3 buildings and a parcel of 5 lots designed to add an additional 120 units of housing and services for both returning citizens and residents in need of deeply affordable housing. We have seen our city change tremendously, which now has the highest intensity of gentrification of any city in the US, with an increasing number of longtime city residents being displaced. Jubilee's response is Justice Housing. Justice Housing is deeply affordable for those facing the greatest barriers to prosperity in thriving neighborhoods with on-site and nearby supportive services. Research by economists like Ray Chetty and Jubilee's experience shows that this combination will have the greatest impact on a family's future success. As an essential tool in creating deeply affordable housing opportunities in thriving neighborhoods, where Jubilee Housing operates its LSRP program. Currently, Jubilee utilizes approximately 145 LSRP subsidies in our housing portfolio, approximately 52%. The vast majority of LSRP utilized by Jubilee Housing projects are sponsor-based. Without these critical rent subsidies, we could not be able to offer the high-quality housing in such a healthy and thriving neighborhood. The type of deeply affordable housing that Jubilee provides to this neighborhood is one of the only reasons that gentrification transition has not been more extensive. We are grateful for the availability of this critical rental subsidy tool and recommend that the city continue to expand this tool to permit the new development to occur. Jubilee currently has 4 projects in the development phase and hopes to add an additional 125 units of affordable housing over the next few years, with the hope that approximately 75 units will serve residents at or below 30% of the AMI income utilizing the LSRP. As this is a performance hearing, we would like to comment on the administration of the LSRP program by DCHA. The smooth and efficient management of LSRP will allow Jubilee to ensure that our units are available and ready to be lived in as soon as possible by residents who have no other options for this type of affordable and quality housing in resource-rich neighborhoods anywhere in DC. Consistent and timely processing of applications and delivery of payments helps to ensure that Jubilee is able to maintain our properties without interruption. We make the following 4 recommendations with the goal of strengthening the efficiency and timeliness of this critical rental housing subsidy tool. A formal online LSRP submission process through a DCHA portal. This is similar to the one that is used for the HGVP program. This portal would allow applications to be streamlined, will allow for efficient tracking and problem solving when the challenges arise. We know that other departments within the DC government are using these types of online portals and believe that the establishment of this type of portal at DCHA will improve the overall quality of service to DC residents and owners of these types of subsidized units. Second would be coordination of unit inspections. We'd like to recommend that a database of unit inspections be established and shared among government agencies who are responsible for ensuring that units are ready for occupancy. Currently, there are at least 4 agencies who conduct regular inspections: DCHA, DBH, DHCD, HAPWA, depending on the source of the subsidy. We recommend an inspection system where one agent can be designated as the lead inspector, which would be acceptable for all agencies. Currently, multiple inspections occur from different agencies, which are disruptive to both owners and especially residents who are confused by the intrusion in their homes from multiple inspectors. Third, identification of a primary LSRP contact at DCHA. Depending on the LSRP topic or issue Julie is addressing, whether it's resident certification, inspection requests, payment issues, there are various points of contact at DCHA. The identification of a primary contact for all LSRP related issues, similar to an ombudsman, would greatly lower the challenges Jubilee faces in ensuring that residents are provided housing as soon as possible and that payment and certifications operate smoothly and are not delayed. Lastly, the necessary technology. LSRP forms need to be updated, fillable, available in electronic versions. In addition, provide the technology and office equipment for applications to be printed and processed without delay. In conclusion, we would like to extend our gratitude to DCHA for their continued support and partnership. Our success in providing quality housing in a resource-rich neighborhood would simply not occur without LSRP subsidies. Our recommendations are meant to improve the existing system, and we stand ready to work with DCHA to identify challenges which are beneficial to DCHA, Jubilee Housing, and most importantly, the residents of the District of Columbia who need this type of affordable housing to live dignified lives. Thank you, and available for any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for really sort of indicating those areas of particular need. You mentioned the coordination of unit inspections. You mentioned the human services, the housing department, and of course the authority. And then there was a fourth. I didn't catch that.
Technology.
No, you had 4 different entities that do the inspection.
Oh, so DCHA, DBH, DHCD, COPLA. And actually DHS also, so there's 5.
Right. Okay. So it was the behavioral health that I missed. Okay, I got it now. Thank you. I have all of your perspectives here, and I think we're all going to be working on getting this updated, this process updated to the best of our ability, as long as we stay within the the guidelines, those things that we must do. The red tape that's necessary, but only what is necessary, and no additional red tape. So thank you very much for that testimony. And we look
Up
forward
next, we have Robert Warren, the Director of the People for Fairness Coalition.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you, Mr. Warren?
Ms. Barnes, how you doing? Sorry. Good afternoon, Councilmember Barnes, members of the committee, Housing Executive, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I am a lifelong DC resident and the current director of the grassroots organization, People for Fairness Coalition, a member group of the Grassroots Planet Organization. We have also done work with Barry Farm Tenant and Allied Associations and many others for housing justice. Being a lifelong DC resident from Ward 8 and someone who has lived in public housing in Washington, DC at a very young age, I know the critical role it played in my life and my family's life to have stable housing. And I believe moving forward, the Housing Authority, along with the great leadership of you, Councilmember Barnes, and members of the committee, the Public Housing Executive, the rebuilding of the infrastructure and a transformation plan based on true racial equity to begin to reverse some of the effects of being the most or one of the most gentrified cities in the nation. We have to make racially equitable transformations more so now than ever before as we try to recover from the effects of a brutal and really just catastrophic pandemic. With well over 500,000 Americans dead and many more affected indirectly from this pandemic, and one of them being people's inability to be stably housed along with others. Other words, so as we look at the transformation plan and the comprehensive plan, where it relates to public housing lands and how it will affect low-income residents and long-term DC residents in fulfilling their housing needs, because what happened in Southeast Washington and Southwest Washington around the baseball stadium and that uptick of poverty among communities of color and displacement, the loss of Black residents priced out of communities should not be the transformation for public housing properties here in Washington, D.C. These racist and discriminatory plans like New Community Initiative, the Trump administration opportunity zones connected, we must begin social housing infrastructure that is fair and just. We must have housing justice and universal housing rights for those long-term DC residents who have taxation. We're hoping the plan will make make sure a
Mr. Warren, I think we're having a
Yeah,
hard.
I think he froze. Yeah.
If he comes back, we will definitely bring him back in. He
All
had
righty.
left, but I think Gabrielle, we should proceed.
All right, then up next is Reginald Black, who is here.
Mr. Black?
Yes, can you hear me? You ready for me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All righty. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Reginald Black. I am a native Washingtonian, and I am formerly homeless as well as a new Ward 4 resident. Also, I serve as a consumer representative or lived experience appointee for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I am here in my capacity as the advocacy director for the People for Fairness Coalition to testify on the performance of the District of Columbia Housing Authority. DCHA is an integral partner in the fight to combat housing instability, or what we call homelessness, and is responsible for many objectives within our Homeward DC and solid foundations planned to end housing instability. Throughout various forums this year, we have learned that the District of Columbia Housing Authority has garnered the perception of an unacceptable wait time for processing a housing resource. It is safe to say that DCHA needs help reducing lease-up times for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. If these provisions were provided, then one of our members would have not lost his and the other 179 people who died last year without the dignity of a home. This cannot and should not be allowed to continue. Our unhoused residents are 86.4% Black, African American, people of color, however you wish to characterize them. They are 86.4% of the deaths, and they are 86.4% of the population who are in desperate need of equity. DCHA needs to create strategies to reduce the lag in processing clients who have been matched to a resource. We at People for Fairness Coalition are also greatly concerned about the status and future of our public housing residents. To date, initiatives like the Hope 6 and New Communities Initiative, we have observed countless residents forced and displaced out of their neighborhoods and not giving a binding right to return, first refusal, fair and equitable development, information on how they can become stakeholders in a development, as well as opportunities for ownerships. Initiatives led by residents like the Park Morton Equity Plan should be supported by the Housing Authority per its own rules and regulations. Finally, in the latter months of 2020, the Interagency Council on Homelessness conducted a racial equity audit. The government tier of the council, in my opinion, has not yet fully embraced racial equity. Many agencies like DCHA, Department of Corrections, and the Metropolitan Police Department are not engaged in this process of racial equity, as the Child and Family Services Administration, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Department of Human Services. These agencies should have participated in the survey provided by the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Please inquire of Director Garrett as to why DCHA did not engage with an internal racial equity audit initiated by members of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. How can we say that we are committed to racial equity if our public housing entities refuse to participate. This is something that we must address, and we must make sure that DCHA is the most committed to racial equity, because all of its residents are those who need equity, and the data shows it. I would be pleased to work with your office and others to help the Housing Authority bring equity to services and housing the unhoused will need. I've also attached to my testimony a slide that shows which agencies did participate in the organizational assessment survey and who did not. I'm happy and thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Black. I'm very interested in seeing this slide that you have for us, and a little saddened to learn that the Housing Authority, as you indicate, I think the Housing Authority and Metropolitan Police and Department of Corrections did not participate. But if I understand, did you say that the DCHA did not participate, right?
No, DCHA did not participate. This survey and racial equity audit went on for about 3 months. Within our space, we have a consumer engagement work group that works on making sure that our unhoused constituents and clients that are living in encampments and that are living in shelters are able to engage with the system. Our staff support that was tasked on assisting us with this kind of had to deviate responsibilities to conduct this racial equity audit. So for a period of about 3 months, he pushed out surveys to all of the government partners, to all of the providers, to all of the advocates. And as far as the government tier, out of 15 agencies, only 4 participated. And you will see on that slide, which will be the Child and Family Services Administration or agency, the Department of Behavioral Health, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and Department of Human Services. Those were the only agencies in 3 months that were willing to put that survey to their employees, clients, and consumers and hold focus groups and different things to give us a better understanding of where the inequities exist within the services, the homeless services system and the ICH. They had 3 months to participate. They chose not to. And I think that to me speaks volumes. In a lot of ways, like the only time I see a housing authority representative or like on our partner calls and on our housing solutions committee, and it's never the director. Like he'll come to a full council meeting here and there, but I can't really, ascertain within our plans to end housing instability, certain questions that I specifically want to ask about the Housing Choice Voucher Program, specific questions about, how does the transformation plan in public housing play into ending housing instability or homelessness in the District of Columbia? And this just highlights the non-engagement from that administration, that they didn't even participate in a racial equity audit initiated by its own internal board. Like they just snubbed a contractor, that was brought on by our sole collaborate and asked to proactively work with each agency, each provider, each advocate. Our sales and our work group conducted one-on-one interviews with him, where we talked on the phone about racial inequities and what we experienced for, up to 3 hours, one-on-one. So for them to have 3 months and not engage to that level, to even include their own employees to speak to possible inequities that employees of DCHA could experience, because that was what the organizational assessment survey was about, looking at a comprehensive look of how all pieces of an agency are experiencing inequities, and we can proactively work on the recommendations and implementations that were discussed in our strategic planning meeting after the audit was completed. So this is disturbing, and I really, really, really need some answers as to why Director Garrett could not participate. I think he'll, in my opinion.
Well, Mr. Black, if I just might interject here, if the issue, in my opinion, should not be why did the director not participate? The issue should be, as you have well stated it, and that is that the agency did not follow through, that you didn't have a representative of the agency, and that's something we can check on.
Right,
We at
because
this
the
level
whole
can check on that, and we will do
right,
that
the
for sure.
entire agency was encouraged
Yes.
to participate. And I start at the top. If an entire agency is given the opportunity to have a voice and nobody participate, I got to start at the top. That refusal starts there.
Exactly. I got you. Yes. Well, thank you, and we'll check on that for sure. Thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember, we're gonna demote this current panel and then we'll have 3 more witnesses. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, Mr. Warren's back with us. If you'd like to finish your testimony. Maybe he froze again.
I think he's having a hard time getting in. Gabrielle, why don't we switch out panels?
Yes, I am ready for our last panel.
Go ahead and read out their names. And if Mr. Warren is able to join us, he still has about 2 minutes left on his time, and we can let him conclude his testimony. So we'll keep an eye out for him.
Okay. First up, we have Amir Flippin, public witness, Brittany Ruppin, the Affordable Housing Advocacy Attorney for the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, and Kathy Henderson, representing 5D Court Watch. So, Mr. Flippin, whenever you're ready.
Hi, I am Amir Flippin, giving public commentary as the owner of a small startup company, Urban Public Finance, which is close to being on the verge of dissolution as a result of the COVID-related economic hurdles here in the Washington, D.C. area. My goal in providing public commentary today is to suggest to the city officials that some type of information sharing or file sharing network, perhaps a mobile app platform, is needed as the local economy rapidly changes and housing resources continue to erode.
Again, a technological issue. Mr. Flippin, if you can hear me, we have lost our connection with you.
I'm back, I think. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, go right ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. So I switched to a cell phone here. So my goal in providing public commentary is to suggest to city officials that some type of information sharing or file sharing network might help with the communications. The implications echoed by the District of Columbia and Mayor Muriel Bowser are that the government wants no one living in the city of Washington, D.C. as global foreign nationals increase their influence here. Bowser seems to be a huge fraudster to pass laws in support of housing and to then evict people onto the streets, hoping they will migrate someplace other than Washington, D.C. Such a strategy implies the development of twin cities with affluent Europeans and an eroding Black population. Washington is the nation's capital. We're not sure who's who right now. The general population has been blinded by a perceived new women's power movement influenced by an unknown foreign national power. The big hurdle lies around the rapid changes happening during the present stages of COVID. Less than 90 days ago, a new president was sworn in with no access to the halls of Congress and Capitol Hill, where a huge fence still remains. The general public and the average business perceives the change in administrations that a rapid improvement in the economy will emerge. The fence around Capitol Hill symbolizes a very different, rapidly changing environment and local economy. It seems like we're down to the wire right now. I haven't had a place to stay for several years now with huge amounts of bank fraud. My funds continue to be stolen by international third parties and the federal government. We have no choice but to speak out at this point about exactly what's taking place. Increased information sharing. Given the fact that Americans do not have access to the courts and municipal services, information sharing acts as the newspaper where information can be shared by word of mouth. During such a crisis, it becomes the only solution for the general public in order to maintain status quo. It is believed that some judges and politicians are depending on our inability to gain access to the needed information to prevent things from staying afloat. No one really knows what's happening going forward over the next year. The Virginia Williams Center for the Homeless is inaccessible to me now, going on 6 months. Real transitional housing seems to be non-existent at this point in Washington, D.C. During COVID. And it's pretty clear that it seems like no one is really working at the Housing Authority right now. And so for me, in terms of contacting Mrs. Bond's office, we really need some help on some homeless services. Right now I'm staying at the Kennedy Center, which is a Kennedy Recreational Center, which is a temporary location scheduled to end April 15th. I don't have a solution after April 15th. I would like to go into whatever programs that might be available. There's no way to get in to see the Virginia Williams Center if we can get some help with that, and starting some type of rapid rehousing strategy. The perception is that if you don't have any money here, if you're not making $200,000, you can't live in Washington, D.C. Whereas, Washington, D.C., it has one of the best legal systems. So it's really important that I stay in Washington and I don't migrate, because I'm doing some research associated with finance. And this is the only place where I can access that information. Any help from City Hall? I would like to take this opportunity after getting my situation cleared to start some type of open data sharing network to help move things along as a third party, some type of initiative. Any help with that, Professor Bonds? It would be really helpful to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flippin. And if you would be kind enough to leave us your phone number, we can be in touch with you and try to help you navigate through at least your immediate concern. If I'm not mistaken, you indicated you are homeless and you are concerned about the Kennedy Recreation Center closing in April.
Right. Those are some of the immediate concerns, but more so sort of echoing what everyone else has said. It's with the COVID and without being able to walk into a location and get services, basically, there's no response from the Virginia Williams Center for Homeless. Definitely can't walk into the Housing Authority location. And it looks like, this COVID thing may be never ending.
I hear you. Let's hope that it does. And let's also, I do believe that as more of our citizens, more of our residents have access to the vaccine, there's a very strong likelihood that more of our agencies will be open again to the public. Probably be very limited initially, but we do expect that they will be open soon to the public. But thank you very much for your testimony, and please leave us your contact information.
Okay, I will forward an email with more information and follow up accordingly. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much, sir. Our next
witness is Brittany Ruffin.
Okay, Ms. Ruffin.
Good afternoon,
Good
Councilmember Bonds.
afternoon. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Glad you're well. I'm Brittany Ruffin, Affordable Housing Advocacy Attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the Legal Clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all residents of DC, where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. So the most pressing challenge within DC's affordable housing crisis is how to create and preserve housing for the residents making the least amount of money in the city. The pandemic has only heightened the urgency of the need for safe and deeply affordable housing for DC's lowest income residents. So we all know the transformation plan and how it impacts residents has been a foremost issue of concern for so many. And I'd echo my colleagues' reference to our joint comments. Amanda Korber referenced them, as well as Daniel Del Pielago, that we submitted to DCHA in September of 2019. And we also testified to this committee at the roundtable last January on those public comments. So I'm just going to touch on a few of the primary issues for our organization and our colleague group. So it's crucial that the number of units that currently house DC's public housing residents remain the same after repositioning efforts. While the ultimate goal of any public housing repositioning should be to increase the number of units available to DC's lowest income residents struggling to survive in the city, DCHA must ensure at a minimum that all replacement units are available to its current and future residents within the 0 to 30% AMI range. And these replacement units must remain deeply affordable in perpetuity. And so all regulations and development deals, as well as resident rights, must reflect and enforce such terms. In order to protect the lowest income DC residents, DCHA must preserve its interest in the proposed redeveloped properties. Of course, the strongest way for them to preserve the agency's interest in any redeveloped properties is to continue to own and manage those properties. However, since private owners are being considered, DCHA must preserve its interest in the properties by entering into ground leases with any private owners and retaining ownership of the valuable land that's currently housing DC's vulnerable residents. Excuse me. DCHA is one of the largest landowners in DC, and it's also the largest source of DC's large family and accessible units. DCHA can't allow its properties to become subject to the will of developers whose sole purpose in the city is to garner exorbitant profits. Though imagined profits are often vital to developer interests, DCHA must counter that motivation by asserting its own interests as supreme, which is preserving and creating housing for the residents earning the least in the city. Currently, more than 85% of the residents in DCHA properties are within the 0 to 30% AMI range. And unsurprisingly, the majority of those extremely low income households are Black. There must remain an overarching commitment to families struggling the most to live in DC, because a loss in affordability or a number of public housing units would further exacerbate Black displacement and racial inequity in the city. The Legal Clinic has a unique position of advocating for current and future residents of public housing. We know that a large amount of DC's population is living in poverty in comparison to the national average. And with over 60,000 families on the wait list for public housing and the Housing Choice Voucher Program combined in DC, the need for DCHA to make sure that any and all future development deals prioritize DC's lowest income residents, which is DCHA's primary demographic, is crucial. So any repositioning efforts based on mixed income development in DC should be available to voucher holders as well, seeking to utilize their vouchers in DC. So maximum rents charged in the mixed income developments should really be on target and not exceed the payment standards set and covered by DCHA for HCVP. While the transformation plan is certainly about building restoration, it must fundamentally center the residents whose homes are within those buildings now and in the future. Ultimately, DCHA should not be prepared to transition redevelopment to the private sector without maintaining control of how potential private owners or management will operate, including, and I want to highlight as well as my colleague did, and including in regards to the right to return and maintaining enforcement of public housing rights. Director Garrett has previously and publicly committed to memorializing rights and regulations, and we are anxiously awaiting DCHA's follow-through on that commitment. We also hope that the council will strongly support and that it will be reintroduced the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act. Unfortunately, HUD's oversight of public housing conversions has been significantly lacking. DCHA and the council must fill that gap with its own oversight of any repositioning efforts. Implementing necessary legislation, requiring regular reporting and monitoring private developers during and post repositioning are fundamental to ensuring building affordability. And it's imperative that the council exercises full oversight authority. Residents are sincerely concerned about how their lives will be affected as the process moves forward. I also just wanted to note that we also have wanted to make sure that the Housing Authority is aware of also the streamlining issues that happens with the vouchers in different agencies. It's not just the Housing Authority, but DHS as well, and that they are working to make sure that they are not creating additional barriers that are creating issues in timelines and the lease-up process. And so that needs to be rectified as soon as possible. And council's oversight would be helpful in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to tell me a little more about the streamlining. I really need to know more about that.
So I'm really referencing what some people have said already about the issues in the lease-up process. We know that DHS has the DHS vouchers that go through DHS, as well as DCHA has a role in how those vouchers are being implemented. And so we see often and we hear often that residents are having problems. I know Amanda Korber touched on some of the issues such as, the lack of communication, residents not knowing when, something didn't go through, or having to repeat a process all over again. And I've spoken, we've heard from both agencies on the issue, and they have acknowledged that there is an issue and that that there needs to be efforts, and that they are taking the effort to try to figure out how to better streamline the processes so that there's not as much confusion. We've heard things such as like there are separate portals, and there's confusion even amongst landlords who are putting in lease-up packaging, and like where the ball is dropped. It's a lot of agencies pointing fingers at each other, because they're both agencies are unfortunate that happens. But at this point, the pointing fingers doesn't matter. Residents just want to be able to lease up into their units as quickly as possible. And so they just need to make sure that they're working together to make sure that however the systems are individually operating on an agency level, that they are coming together to figure out what the problems are and making sure that they can overcome those for the benefits of the residents.
Thank you very much. I thought it might relate to the working together and the whole process, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing a new category that we need to deal with. Thank you so much, as always. And
thank you.
I have your list, and it is, it is very similar to what we have heard, the entire day. So thank you very much for that.
Our final witness is Kathy Henderson.
All right, Ms. Henderson. All right.
I am Kathy Henderson, a 10-term advisory neighborhood commissioner. During my tenure, I created the Landlord Roundtable Initiative back in 2001 and 5D Court Watch back in 2008 in response to crime in my community. I am here today to testify on behalf of 5D Court Watch, which I serve as the coordinator. I testified in support. First, I'm just going to summarize some bullets of my very long testimony to stay within my time limit. So let me just begin by saying I testified in support of the historic designation for the Barry Farms public housing. I appreciate the historicity and all of those beautiful residents that want to preserve their history and the right to continue to live there. Second, I want to thank Mr. Tyrone Garrett for his commitment. I know that commitment firsthand. When he first came on, I organized a safety walk in which he participated with law enforcement in response to crime in Langston Terrace that was also affecting the single member district 5D05 and 5D04 and 5D03. And he participated and became soaking wet in the process. And he did so with grace and just real professionalism under those circumstances that we could have reasonably expected to reschedule that walk, but he went ahead anyway. I've really reached out to him numerous times, loading him up with emails and concerns. I think he and his staff are too stoic about addressing the mandate that is before them for serving residents that have financial need for safe and affordable housing. I met with his predecessor back in 2017, along with Captain Regis Bryant, and we actually went through a list of numerous police calls for service. And without them sharing who their residents were, we were able to identify their residents in a way that allowed them to reach out and say, hey, you have to follow the law. DC Housing Authority operates under federal laws and district laws, and they don't need new rulemaking to get residents to be law abiding. They just need to follow their current rules. And my goal in establishing the Landlord Roundtable and 5D Core Watch and all the work that I've done was to make our large swaths of affordable housing continue to be affordable without displacing residents. We just wanted them to enforce the rules. I met with Deputy Mayor Kevin Donahue back in 2017, and I implored him to take advantage of the security camera rebate program and to mandate that any rental housing, including Langston Terrace, be mandated to participate in this beautiful, 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 effective city program. Any property that had 5 or more police calls for service, they needed to participate. Well, he thought it was a great idea. He said he was going to work with the city administrator and implement it. Long story short, it didn't happen. It did not happen. It didn't happen then. Those cameras were recently installed, much to the dissatisfaction and our just real disappointment regarding a homicide in the 700 block of 21st Street. There were cameras that were recently installed in additional housing along the 1100 block of 21st Street, where most of the residents have vouchers and the cameras don't even record. And a citizen who is law-abiding, no record, just a wonderful young man, was unceremoniously shot 5 times. Thank God he's still alive. We need the DC Housing Authority to support the rules. And finally, if I may wrap up, we have a really extreme situation in the 700 block of 19th Street, where a DC Housing Choice voucher holder, the person's in her home, engaged in a shootout that was captured on video and shared with the news media, the US Attorney's Office, and anyone that I could send it to, in which you may have heard about it. Another resident 3 doors down was shot in the hip while sitting at the dinner table with her toddler. As a result of that shooting, I sent Mr. Garrett numerous emails. A couple of his key people quit. It was exasperating. We had members of the one's office to coach the resident on how to get around provisions for failing an inspection, and they helped her to move someplace else. And you know what she did? And the 5 members of her household that were not on her lease, they came back to my community and they voted against me in this last election. We have to make sure, now this isn't, you may say it's anecdotal, but this is an extreme situation. And unfortunately, we have voucher holders who are breaking the law and exasperating tenants, other tenants and landlords throughout our city. And in these days of defund the police, we're already down to 3,600 officers. We need to make sure that the program works for those participants who are law-abiding, who want to take advantage of this opportunity and be law-abiding and create a stable community where all are welcome. We welcome every member of our community, but the primary goal is that you must be law-abiding. And I look forward to reaching out to you and setting up a meeting to discuss this matter further. You have been receptive to these issues. I know that you are a champion for making sure that our residents do not get displaced. And I have been working to make sure that our residents don't get displaced too. We love affordable housing. Some of my residents have $950 a month rent that allows them to take trips to other countries. We want to keep that, but we have to be safe. We have to be safe. And we have property owners, because I used to go after the property owners thinking that they were the problem. Oh no, many times they were being held hostage by people who knew how to work the system, and they were committing crimes, exasperating the DC Housing Authority. So I want to end by saying I thank Mr. Garrett and his staff. We look forward to working with him to make sure that we can serve this needy population in a way that protects our respective communities and our city as a whole. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share my testimony here today.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Commissioner. And as you know, I know that you have been just a sterling person in community that has exhibited your longstanding understanding of community and wanting to make it better. So your comments are appreciated, and I could share with the public some of the situations that you have been engaged in and talk about your bravery, which has been extraordinary. And so for that,
Oh, God bless you. Thank you.
For that alone, I show extreme appreciation. You've been through the war, in the war, and on the and on the battlefield for many, many years, and it's tough. I know it's tough, not just for someone like yourself in the community who's trying to make a better community, but I think it's tough also for some of our citizens that get involved or caught up in these situations that are unsavory and are difficult for their livelihoods. So I'm very appreciative that you are using the avenue of speaking to government and or speaking to power and speaking to neighbors to get them and keep them involved. So thank you very much. And we do look forward to meeting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And may God continue to bless you.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I think we are ready to conclude, and I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. We certainly learned a great deal, and I hope those who have watched have a better understanding of the working of these agencies during the past year. I believe our city is better for their work, and I am hopeful that our future remains bright and getting brighter every day. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony for the record regarding the performance of these agencies, the hearing record will close at 5 p.m. on March the 9th, 2020. The committee's next meeting will be on Tuesday, March 9th at 9 a.m. and the performance hearing will cover the following agencies: public witnesses for the Department on Housing and Community Development, public witnesses for the Housing Production Trust Fund, and then open platform for the Housing Finance Agency and the Rental Housing Commission. So with that, this concludes the hearing today. The time is now 2:50 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. And again, thanks everyone.